pre-setup stage. But yeah, I'm excited though. This game is very good. It's by the same developers as Life is Strange. So if you have ever seen or heard of those games, you've probably heard they're quite good, and also quite like heavy sometimes with like the storytelling and the characters that they feature and the stuff they portray. It's sometimes like kind of real and like kind of like it kind of hits kind of hard. Banishers hasn't been like super sad. Like some of the situations are like kind of sad, but like not like tearjerkers necessarily. With it, Life is Strange allegedly is. I've not played Life is Strange, but yeah, I know that it's the same developer, and this game is of course very much like an action game. The storytelling and the quests and the dialogue is done very well. Voice acting is superb, but the action component is also, I think, quite good. It's not amazing though. So every once in a while, someone might pop into the stream and say, "Oh yeah, I'm kind of curious about this game. Would you recommend it?" And usually what I say is, well, it's a very good game. Storytelling, superb, really good story, really good voice acting, like I said. Interesting set pieces, really cool setting. But if you're playing it just for the action, it might be kind of half-baked. So, like, if you don't give a shit about story and you just want action and fighting, then it's like, it'd be... There's, like, better action games out there. But if you like a mix of action and like, storytelling, interesting characters, like really interesting and like driven storylines, this is a very, very good one. Highly recommended to that degree. So let us continue, picking up where we left off. Again, it's been a couple months. I hope I remember how to play this game, for one thing. With the ghost mommy, it's yes. I would say she's more of a ghost waifu than a ghost mommy, but yes. But yes, your heart is in the right place, Mr. Meerkat. And it's been a hot minute since we played this game. This is the game where we play as... So Banishers, what the hell is a Banisher? It's basically like a Ghostbuster. It's like the world... It's like the what is this? It's like the late 1800s, I think. So it's like... well, it's obviously post-Revolutionary War. But yeah, frontier-style Ghostbusters, basically. And the basic gist of the story is that by... Well, I'll just say it without spoiling too much. Bad stuff happens to our protagonists. One of them gets got, hence why she's a ghost. One of them gets got, and we're on a quest to find out more about the bad guy that killed her. Because these are professional ghost banishers, ghost hunters, basically. And the fact that they got surprised by this extremely powerful ghost that took out Antea, that's her name. They're trying to find out more about this, like, terrifying ghost that got her. And in the process, trying to also send her spirit off to be at peace. Because, like, the reason she's, like, still around is because she feels unfulfilled. Because that's, like, how things work in this game. If the spirit is unfulfilled, if they're still angry about something, or sad, or like, something is driving their spirit to remain in the physical realm, then they continue haunting. So we have that, and we have haunting cases we're also working towards figuring out. We've already resolved a bunch of them. Oddly enough, it doesn't show the Old Widow as being solved, which is kind of surprising. There's a bunch we've completed fully, and a few that we have yet to find. And of course, there's also a whole nother section of the game we've yet to get to. So I'm excited. Before the hamburger was invented. Valid question, honest, or valid thing to point out. I don't know if I know off the top of my head when the hamburger was invented. When John Hamburger arose from his slumber and said to himself, "God damn it, I've got an idea." Is it like Fear 3 co-op? Unfortunately, this game is just single player. I think it would be really cool if there was a way to play with like a co-op partner and be able to have like have a buddy play as Antea. Because right now we just switch between the two. And of course, yeah, there's combat. I think there's, what is it? What's 1, 2, what is it? 1, 2, 3. And then, yeah, you get the uppercut. So she has some powers, which is cool. So she has, like combat stuff that she can do, which is nice. And yeah, Red, of course, has his sword. He has, like, a charge attack. So he has a bunch of stuff that he can do. What's the one where if you press space and then switch? Yeah, so you have, like, some cool combo moves. And I need to remember that the parry button is this guy. I think the way it works, yeah, with parrying, you have to, like, switch right as the attack is coming towards you to block it properly. Where are we going? Let's see where we're going right now. Late 1800s, early 1900s. Well, there you go. It probably was pre-burger times then. Yeah, I assume Hamburg, Germany. I assume. Just because with a name like that. So we're right here right now. We could actually just go right for a haunting case. You know, I've been talking up the storytelling and the character stuff. Character interactions and voice acting. Let's start all of that. Or let's celebrate all that by going for a haunting case. Because honestly, this is, I think, where the game really shines. I think the game is most interesting when it comes to the haunting cases and, like, kind of uncovering the mysteries. This is not exactly like a detective game. It's not like you have to interrogate the right person and figure out, like, oh, who's behind the mystery and accuse somebody and, like, it's not quite... Oh, wait, what's the button? Is it E? Oh, Oh, okay, it's not F. F is drink. That's drink a healing item. So I'm like, what's the interact button? I saw this guy too. Let's see if I can remember how combat works.
Get lost.
I can just one-shot him apparently.
Spectre possession.
There we go.
Call on me.
Oh, and there's a dude who's trying to shoot stuff at us. Oh no, he's summoning a big thing.
I think I heard the sound of a gun coming.
Come on, buddy. So that's a standard parry. Oof. Yeah, these guys like to do some weird shit. Do a little reload. Shoot in the head. And we have the lock-on capability. There we go. Pops a couple things. So yeah, as you fight stuff, you get experience. You get crafting resources, that kind of thing. And whenever that happens, it means there's something in, like... Oh, hold on, what is it? In ghost mode, right?
Restrains me.
Oh, there's a ward somewhere. Oh, good to know. A little reload action. Remember, we can break these things. Sometimes you can find some cool stuff. In this case, we just got some basic resources. I wonder if I'm putting the cart before the horse. Should I not be exploring back this way? Because whatever haunting case we're about to undertake might have us exploring around here. If there's a ghost ward somewhere that prevents us from... Oh, okay, I guess... Oh, here we go. It's inside the house. Yeah. There's a ghost ward in here that prevents us from bringing Antea in here. It might be because there's something that is either related to the quest, or the haunting case, that is. Because ghost wards, as the name would imply, ward all kinds of ghosts, not just like the bad ones, but anything and everything. So, let me grab this. And that kind of shimmer means that, yeah, a ghost ward has been found. So I think Antea has to break those. Can I just shoot this myself? I can sort of see it through the wall there. I'm not sure that's gonna actually work. Yeah. Go around. Maybe there's like an opening somewhere. Go the other way. Because I did see this little fella. Is it space? Is it... It's not E. Is it... Crap. I'll confess, I do not remember the controls. What are the controls for, like, use? What's, like, the use button? Or, like, activate. I was thinking it was space. Interact is... Oh, it is the same as banish. Okay. I guess in combat is the thing. In combat, it banishes, but yeah, you wouldn't be doing anything. You wouldn't be using that maneuver outside of combat, though. There we go.
Always.
So now we can summon her into getting up to that spot. These kinds of environmental puzzles pop up quite often. Now, switch back this way. and see what was in that house. I think it's actually I think I already know what's in this house. I think we saw it kind of from afar. It's like a fancy treasure chest. I think if you right-click... There we go. Now... do I have the ability to open this, or is it locked? So we got okay, some nice resources. Those witch stones, that's for use with a particular merchant. Got some mushrooms. What else do we got? Any like cool things? Any like discarded notes? Anything weird or spooky? Nope. Okay, so that was just a fun little bonus thing then. Let's go ahead and initiate the haunting case that's out here. These haunting cases are optional, I'm fairly sure. There are certain haunting cases you have to resolve and figure out one way or another when they're tied to the main quest, but there's also a bunch of optional ones that are interesting and worth it, but not necessary. I like your mustache.
Dear Lord, I need you now. Please, send help.
An unnecessary question, perhaps, but is everything all right?
I like Red's accent.
I'm not all right. There are demons in the mill. This is all Haskell's fault. May his wretched soul rest in peace. His leniency brought the devil on us. Now witches will walk the land. But why are you still standing there gawking like a goose? Aren't you a banisher? I told you there are demons.
I... Tell me all about these demons and this mill.
There is a mill. It is my mill in which I mill flour to bake my bread.
But he said
In
milk
mill,
the flour.
There are demons sent by the evil one.
Oh, all right. No need to be an arse about it. I'll look into it.
The mill lies past the barren field and across the bridge. What you can do to help, I would be grateful.
We got Johnson in the house. What's up, Johnson? Thank you so much, friend. Thank you for that very kind raid. We've had 4 raids tonight, by the way. No, 5. 5 raids? 5 raids? 4 raids? I don't know. We've had a bajillion raids tonight. Thank you, Johnson. Let's see what Johnson was up to tonight. We're playing Banishers Ghost of New Eden. This is actually a game we played a while ago. Back earlier this year, and I always wanted to pick it back up and play it a bit more, so we're playing it a little bit more this week. Just kind of get caught up here. You're doing some Phasmo tonight. She said spooky games. Or no, you're saying this is the spooky game. Yes, it's a very good game. It's not like necessarily all that scary game, but there's stuff about ghosts in it for sure, since we are playing the like late 1800s equivalent of Ghost Hunters or Ghost Busters, basically. So it counts. It counts. Yeah, we got Firestar, we got Johnson, we got Alex. Alex, I like your name. You got a pretty cool name. Not that I'm biased or anything. And yeah, this game is really cool. This game is really good, and I'm liking it so far. And again, we played it a whole bunch back early this year, so it's not exactly a game I'm unfamiliar with. And by the way, Johnson, as you probably know, whenever somebody raids, I always like to ask if there's any clips to share. So if you have anything you'd like to share, I'm always a big fan of show and tell. So if there was anything you want to share, if you had a fun clip from a recent-ish stream, or a TikTok video or anything like that, or even just a picture of the kitty cats. I always love pictures of kitty cats as well. I'll take anything and everything.
Will you be all right out here?
Will any of us be all right now our governor's gone? Lucy Barrow is dead, and demons walk. God has forsaken us.
I'll take that as a maybe. I'm sorry to learn the alewife has died.
Oh, don't be.
What then? Well, then what happened? Boop.
What happened to her?
Danced too close to the devil is what she did. I do not know what happened to her, but her death is not my doing, though it was I who found the body. I shall not miss her.
You will when the ale runs out. You really don't seem to hold her in your heart.
The baker and the alewife both need barley. We made a bargain, spit in hand and shaken on, to share the crop. But she broke the deal, went her own way, cut me out. No, I did not like her.
Curious. Curious indeed. I'm definitely not an Alex. Exactly. It's definitely like I'm... not like I have like any sort of personal stake in the matter of cool first names or anything. If I want to see Pippi, like I said, kitty cat photos or videos, I'll take anything. Always down for any kind of show and tell. It's the least I can do as a thank you for really appreciating the fact that you rated us. That's super nice of you.
I should go.
As must I. To the hamlet, I think. God walk with you, Banisher.
Got a good feeling about this guy. He seems like an upstanding citizen. But no, I really appreciate that. Whenever somebody raids, it's one of my favorite things to do is to ask like what kinds of fun things have our friends been up to, if there was any fun clips to share. Big fan of show and tell. Especially because you're bringing your peeps to me, the least I can do is try to encourage my peeps to check your content out. Even if it is just photos of the cats, it still counts.
And a dead alewife. Haunting case.
Haunting case.
Says head back to the mill and check it out. He says there's demons afoot, allegedly. Can I break these boxes? Can I break these cuffs? I cannot break these cuffs, unfortunately. Now where exactly is the mill? I think he said it was up the road, across the bridge, over the river and through the woods, over this way. Then mark that. Yes, Perry Coddle's mill. It's kind of curious that he mentioned, like, oh yeah, the alewife's dead, and I have no idea who killed him, and how my guy was like, oh wow, it's that, you know, I'm sorry to hear she's dead. I'm pretty sure we're the ones that are responsible for her dying, because I'm pretty sure her case was a haunting case.
I feel something close.
What could be close? Oh, probably that. Probably like house glowing with ghostly, ghastly energy. Although I think we've already like done stuff in that house, haven't we? The fact that it's all glowy means maybe we haven't. Maybe there's still more where that came from. I thought I'd already explored this area previously. What's up, Bagasso? You probably remember this game. We're playing more Banishers Ghost of New Eden. Except there's a... the water's out. Or the water... Not the water's not out, but the... There's no way across there. I can go up that way. And I don't know if that actually connects to the bridge. Let's see this way over this way. So the glowy house is curious. And if I had to guess, that's probably the ghost thing that caught our eye. I don't really see anything else that would be like ghost related or ghost adjacent. Oh, I can't cross here though. Yeah, I can't. I mean, it's not that deep of water, but sure, I get it. And maybe that's why I haven't been on that side before.
Did you feel that?
It's close.
It's curious that that happens as we go further this way. I mean, maybe there is something else. Maybe something in that house? Here we go. We can just jump across here. So she's running ahead, which is a little bit odd. Yeah, so I'm thinking it's got to be this house, although the little shimmer thing isn't happening as we're approaching, which is kind of odd. Can I break this barrel? Whenever I see something glowing like that, I get excited. We'll get some fellas. Oh, and a big boy. I remember... Okay, let's kind of target this guy first.
Did we miss a few?
Yep. Yeah, remember we do extra damage to the zombified fellas, like the, what do they call them, the wraiths? We do extra damage to the wraiths as a ghost person.
They brought more friends.
Don't let that specter get to the corpse.
I'm gonna go and interrupt this guy from trying to resummon himself. Whoop. I'm gonna take this thing out. Whoop. There we go.
Don't let it crush you.
Do a little full charge. Full charge deck. There we go. Decent damage. Whip. There we go. Got his ass. There's more where that came from, though. Shoot him in the head. Here we are. Oh, we're not done. We're not done. Should I try the block thing, maybe? It was 5 perfect blocks in a row. That's how it works, right? Come on. It's 1. It's got to be 3. It's got to be 5 in a row. Can I get 5 in a row? Let's hear it lock onto. 2. All right. Doing with a fairly low-level enemy, so I don't embarrass myself too badly. 3, all right. Watch me choke on the fifth one. Ooh, that one was, yeah. I'll choke on the fourth one apparently instead. Ooh, yeah, I did it too early. Oof. I was doing so good. There's one. Ghost Hunter and Monster Slayer defeated by a waist high. Exactly. Such a. All right, let's just go ahead and kill this guy so I can keep the ball rolling here. We'll try again. There'll be more
I
opportunities.
was expecting an audience with Legion.
Yeah, this capable adventurer being felled by a waist high fence or ankle deep water. That's how it goes sometimes. Video games. So the bridge is definitely something. In fact, or not the bridge. This building is definitely something. Is this the mill? Seems too close. I thought the mill. Oh no, this is the mill. Okay, I thought it was gonna be a little bit further away. Stuff over here as well, but nothing of note. I think I've been here before because it looks like that's been looted already. There's definitely something going down in this particular building, given how like obviously ghostified it is based on the outside, based on the exterior. There's a path this way, but it looks like it dead ends here. Although, actually, no, okay, so I have been here. That rope means I've been here before. So we'll need to switch to ghost mode at some point as we're exploring around here. But yeah, the first thing is to look for just any obvious clues, and they're usually not hard to miss. They're usually like, I'm sorry, they are hard to miss. They're pretty easy to notice. However, Johnson does have the clip. She says it has been acquired. I'm gonna mute the game real quick. Grab this from Johnson. Thank you again for that raid, Johnson. See what she's been up to. Especially if Kitty Cat was being cute for once. A rare occasion where a cat is cute.
You stinky boy.
Local cat is
I already
cute.
know
Who's
what
at 11?
You want a snuggles.
Oh, look at that, buddy. Oh, hold on. My face is
Pippi
covering
Cat
him.
hours. Okay.
I'm sorry. My big ol' heckin' dingus face of mine is getting in the way. That's actually the reason why I move myself to that little corner. Is to be out of the way of where webcams usually are. Try that again.
You stinky boy.
Stinky boy.
I already know what you want. You want a snuggles. Oh, snuggles. We have Pippi Cat hours. Okay. Okay, let me pause the game quickly.
Look at that
Game has
buddy.
been
Oh, look at that
paused.
handsome face. Look at that handsome boy.
He's a
Oh, there's the
Pippi.
kitty cat. Get this now. Get his little tum-tums.
Look at my little barrel
see the
boy.
tum-tums.
Have a good look, Joey. You should look, though. Who's your favorite child?
Adorable. Adorbs. Thank you, Johnson. We needed the Pippi hours and we got it. That was just what our souls and bodies needed. That was adorbs. And also, it's worth noting that she had the little emote above her webcam. I don't know if it was Pippi or the other kitty cat, the one that's in like the little chicken leg. Adorbs. Truly, truly wonderful. Waist-high fences, ankle-deep water. Yeah, that's how it goes for games like this, man. Pizza Hot Pocket. Oh, the upset tummy. Oh, I'm sorry. Got the tummy hurto. Unfortunately, Gracie's had the tummy hurto a couple times this past week as well, so it's unfortunately going around, I suppose. It's no funsies. Says, Alex, you're ruining it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean it. I didn't mean to ruin it. It's just my face. My face ruins things. Let's see what we got here. What is all this then? No grain for which reason? We have no flour for which reason? We have no bread. Perry Cuddle. It's the out of stock notice. So Perry Cuddle, the guy we just talked to.
No bread. Cottle never mentioned that.
Or at least I think Perry was the guy that we had just talked to. Because he was saying that, yeah, she was holding out in the flour. And she was hoarding the goods. In haunting cases. So it would be... Yeah, Perry, yeah, so that's this guy.
Quite the botanist. What does a baker need with all these plants?
Remember the olive bread with rosemary and sage?
I miss Rome. I miss bread.
And what's this one? From Clemency Gibbs, who is another one of the villagers. Request for grains, but we can only answer you in the negative. Crops are also dried up. We have got nothing. Looking for a solution. We'll let you know if we have one. You're a talented baker, and this alewife won't stop you. Not a second time. Her beer may be life-saving, but it doesn't feed people. They'll be clamoring for food and won't care about this witch's brew anymore. So is the I guess I'm a little bit confused. Why did the note talk about like out of bread, and it was signed Perry, unless it was somebody else accusing him of not providing bread, like if he was holding out on his reserves or something. But yeah, that's the thing. Why would that's a fair point too. Yeah, why would he nail something like that to the door of his own mill? It was probably written by someone else then. Someone else accusing him of like holding out the goods. So barley substitutes, corn is too expensive, and the bread comes out too friable. Interesting word. Using cottage cheese. Bread roll is convenient but not sustainable for a whole community. Could maybe try it. Rye, difficult to grow, expensive, and unsatisfactory texture. So he's trying other
Scotto was
means.
looking for a substitute for barley.
And failing.
Cobwebs.
Was
on
there
empty
another
garden
one?
bags.
He ran out some time ago.
Was there another option that he found? Was it human souls? He was getting desperate, trying other options for quite some time. Yes, as we all know, human bones, human blood. I think I read somewhere that there's people out there who've used like blood as a substitute for something in baking, and it like comes out not horrible, like it's okay. There's like cupcakes that are made with blood as like a baking reagent. So what we got here? Sales ledger. So Governor Haskell, okay. Walcott, Haskell, but all right, and so so fine. Oh, actually no, it's one loaf for this person, one loaf for, okay, so yeah, so fairly good. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 on the 25th. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, so like pretty consistent. 4 loaves, 4 loaves. Looks like it starts to drop off here in late June. 1, 2, 3. Oh, but then back up to 4. Okay. And then it's a supply low. Got to find more barley. And then had to start curtailing down to 2. Sawdust. Delicious. Bone meal, I could see. Bone meal would actually make sense. Blood bread. Cultural. Oh, maybe Norse culture. Maybe that's where the recipes came from. Because I saw like on, I don't know, TikTok or Instagram somewhere, people were like, oh yes, I made a blood cupcake.
I feel a
blood
draft.
cake.
From the invisible.
Can I go up? Don't see a ladder just yet. Let's go ahead and switch to ghost mode, see what kind of ghostly stuff we can find. But sure enough, there's like hidden things. There's hidden little tidbits that are easy to miss. What this one is. Clues that are hidden from view by those who would wish not to reveal their secrets. So, Phytolacca decandra. Oh yes, of course, the Caryophyllates Phytolaccaceae. Of course. Thumb in width, bad smell rather. Fruits look like blackberry. Each part can second, leaves in particular, cook thoroughly. Respiratory ailments, cataplasms, eases soreness, but it's highly toxic. In all caps. That might be a deal breaker.
This looks like it was ripped from a herbarium. Phytolacca decandra.
Pokeweed. It's poisonous.
Pokeweed every
Doubt
day.
he used it. I hope I'm right.
That would, I suppose, explain the question of, like, what's doing with all these herbs. A little bit questionable. Nothing else up here. I was hoping to get up to the top area, because there might be stuff up there, but can't seem to reach it just yet. That probably means we're good here, as far as things to explore. On the inside. See if there's anything else on the outside.
So a baker is forced out of work, his business partner dies mysteriously, and now the baker is haunted.
How bizarre.
How bizarre. Still, I feel for him. He'll be desperate. Can't sustain that for long.
From his demeanor, I'd say it's too late. He's a lit fuse on a human powder keg.
Wouldn't like to be around when he goes boom.
We're gonna see if there's a way up there. Looks like you might almost be able to hoist yourself up here, but there's no gamer paint. Y'all remember the Resident Evil 4 gamer paint? This game has it too. It's like yellow mushroom fungus stuff, but still, you see the yellow? That's like the indication to say, like, yes, you can interact with this point here. No such gamer paint here, so you can't hoist ourselves up, but it almost looks like you could almost do it. Anyway. So let's head back here, and I can drop down, I think. Oh, can I not drop down here? Huh. That's kind of odd. You actually cannot drop down here. That's kind of strange. Then what's the point of this little slidey spot? Dodge, E, nothing. Okay, alright. Well, we'll go back the way we came, I suppose. Kind of strange. And then the best way back to talk to our buddy, our old buddy. There's no way to, like, tap to it on the map, but it'd be back that way. Let's just go the way we came. Go all the way around. Unless there's, like, anything else. I kind of poked around here a little bit earlier, but I wasn't in ghost mode. I'll look around here. The gamer paint is nice. I'm pretty indifferent towards it. I know some people are, like, extremely bothered by it, and others are, like, think it's, like, the right way to go. I'm in the middle. I think there are times where it's extremely helpful. But I also understand the idea of, like, encouraging exploration and you know, and like, drinking in the world around you. I remember back when Resident Evil 5 first came out, of course everybody was playing it, but it didn't take long before people realized that they were kind of inadvertently being encouraged
A wee Highland kiss for you.
to only really pay attention to the minimap when they're driving around. And, whoop, wrong button. Ouch. So because, like, you know, they would set the GPS. They would set the GPS for a point and, you know, and, like, pay enough attention to the road to not, like, hit other cars, mostly, and pedestrians, mostly. But they,
Did we miss a few?
There we go, that's what I was looking for. But anyway, just to kind of complete the thought here. This guy out here.
This isn't over yet.
One person kind of figured out, like, a good way around that was to just kind of stop using just kind of stop using the GPS when they could, especially if they were going to a place that they knew how to get to. Kind of stop using the GPS, but, like, maybe pause and check the map every so often. The idea being, like, oh, I need to, like, be spending more time drinking in the world around me. Try to, like, learn visual cues for places. And it's easier said than done because the GPS in that game is really convenient. But that idea of, like, there we go, there's 5 in a row. There we go, we should be good.
Piss off!
That idea of, like, wanting to put in the time to kind of, like, learn, you know, drink in the environment a little bit more. Because you miss a lot if you're just staring at the map. To that idea, it's like if we kind of turn that part of our brains off and we're just looking for the yellow gamer paint, I understand how that can become a negative. But at the same time, games are complicated now, and there's a lot of detail. It's hard to, like, look sometimes, like a ledge here. Can I jump over this ledge? Bad example, because there's a gap right here. But, like, can I just jump over this? Well, no, I can't. But I can jump over this one. So, like, that line is a little bit weird and inconvenient sometimes. So, I can see why people are bothered by it, but I also think you kind of need it, honestly, to, like, make just things easier. Makes things easier for the players and for the developers. So, as is often the case, I'm lifelong fence sitter. That fence is going right up my ass. As long as it's not distracting. Yeah. Yeah, Dying Light does it good. I liked Dying Light 1. I never did play Dying Light 2. But I did enjoy it a lot. Didn't know you could climb. Yeah, because sometimes you might look at something and be like, shit, I didn't realize. That happened with me not too long ago. You know, back when we were doing some Space Marine times, I had no idea you could just fucking kick open those boxes. The boxes with like, the supply crates and extra ammo. I went until the very end of the last level before I realized you could just fucking kick those things open. Are you shitting the dick out of my ass? Are you kidding me? I was so upset. It's like, man, the number, especially because you can get healing out of that sometimes. You can get healing. Of course, sometimes you just get ammo. You can get healing. You can get all kinds of good stuff.
Where is it?
So I was like, God damn, don't I feel like a gosh darn fool. Bolt gun does it pretty well. Yes. There's the breadcrumb thingy. Yeah, in the DLC, right? Actually, maybe they added it before the DLC, but I do remember that feature. I think he's behind here, right? I do remember that feature, and I was pretty pleased with it. He's not here anymore. He's not here anymore. Maybe he's over in this... Maybe... I'm guessing this is his house. Oh, he said it was going back to the hamlet, didn't he? He's probably not here either. Yeah, he said he was going back to the hamlet, so he's definitely not in here either. Yeah, Bolt Gun did a good job of that. That's a good point, because the fact that it's a feature you can turn on or off. It's nice because it is easy to get lost in, or maybe turned around in some of those levels. That's a fair point. As long as it's not needed, yeah. I mean, ideally, but yeah, games are complicated, and like I said, it's like it's kind of no wonder, that these things are sometimes vague. I see it now. Yeah. The little indicator moved on down here. So to that point, I guess... Hold on. Is there's fast travel in this game, isn't there? I guess I could just warp to the fire. To the campfire nearest. There's really not a ton of campfires super convenient. We'll just go this way. Although I see like an extra challenge we can knock out along the way. So we'll stroll this way a bit. Yeah, fast travel is not super plentiful in this game, nor does it necessarily need to be, but there's like some stuff I can take care of along the way. Talos Principle probably wouldn't necessarily need it. But Darktide would help. That's a fair point about Darktide, because I love that game.
Roots won't remain visible for long.
But yeah, it is easy sometimes to get kind of turned around in that game. And of course, so much of the joy in that game is fighting the bad guys and team working with your buddies, all that jazz. So, yeah, it's not really like a huge deal breaker if I'm kind of being led around the level, because that's navigating the level and exploring the level isn't as big of a function. There is a lot of cool detail and like interesting storytelling, environmental storytelling things going on. But yeah, it's more focused on, teaming up with your homies, and trying to kill the bad guys and trying to like deal with limited resources. Like that's more the focus. So I guess that's the thing too. I guess it depends on the focus. Now, how do I do this? Is it control? There we go. Shoot that one. And then there's another one over here. We shoot that.
No roots. Just how I like it.
Okay. Been a minute since we've done that. We get something for that? I know we of course clear the path, but does it produce any resources for us? It does not. Can I break any of these boxes or barrels? No, I cannot. So for that matter, what exactly did this open up for us? I saw this on the map. Oh, it's just a convenient shortcut. Okay. Because I guess, had gone around this way originally. So that's just a nice shortcut. And I'm a fan of things that are short. A little bit biased, but it do be true. We did get the 5 perfect parries in a row, so I feel satisfied about that. What happened to you, buddy? I'm sorry. Sorry you got. I don't think this was related to any sort of haunting case. I don't think. Also, I'm thinking more about our current haunting case. Maybe I'm mistaken. I thought the alewife was a person that was involved in a previous haunting case of ours. And that we had, executed her. Because that is one of the key tenets of this game. Whenever there's a haunting case, and you find that somebody has, done something unspeakable, and it has caused a haunting case to arise. A classic case where it's like, oh yeah, my husband passed away unexpectedly. I was really sad, and the day after his funeral, I mysteriously met my new boyfriend, and wow, he's great. And for some reason, he might have died under mysterious circumstances, but I was sad for a little bit, but things are good now. I'm feeling much better. And after he died, under mysterious circumstances, boy, I've been having a lot of weird shit happening around my house. Stuff getting knocked over, things going missing. Howlings and gnashing of teeth deep into the night. I wonder what it could be. So, you find what happened. It was always some person murdering someone else or doing something unspeakable. And it then becomes a question of, do you forgive them to like encourage the ghost to go away in peace? Do you force the ghost out, or do you execute the person to resolve the haunting case? And we have executed everybody whenever there's an opportunity to do so, not just for funny, but because that's one of the storylines, or one of the endings we're working towards, which is to say, for Antea, our ghost waifu, if we try to work more towards like making the spirits resolved, or like forcing them out, you get one particular ending. But if you execute as many people as possible, you're gaining like soul juice. You're gaining like soul energy with every person you execute. If you gain enough, you can actually bring Antea back to life. So that's what we're working towards. It is maybe the bad ending. Maybe it's maybe the evil ending. Where I'm not so sure we're the good guy right now. I mean, we're killing bad guys and we're resolving disputes. We're resolving bad things happening to people, and the people we're executing are responsible for things like murder. We're not exactly like, killing innocent people most of the time, but we're also, I'm not exactly sure we're innocent either. So it's somewhere in between. Lots of shades of gray here. Your kid says there's also Dead Island 2, which I know is one of your favorites. You're a Dead Island enjoyer. Sometimes not the easiest to understand at times. There's also the blue paint. Right, yeah. Yeah, it's... The color coding is a reasonable approach, I think. But it can also be a bit much at times. Because it's, like, not always clear like you had said. Sometimes it's a little bit vague. And also, like, not very realistic always. So kind of, it does break some of the immersion. Yeah, that is a little bit inconsistent. We're like Dexter mostly. You know what? I'll confess I never did watch the show. And I really ought to at some point. Not just because of Dexter Dog having the same namesake. Because, you remember Dexter. He was a real killer, right? He was a real killer. Real vicious beast, let me tell you. And now we have Bonnie, who's the Bonnie side of a Bonnie and Clyde, who is not sleeping behind me. Like I was hoping. She was earlier, though. A real monster. Yeah, and our Bonnie, she's also, a real criminal. No, she's not. She's a sweet girl. Sweet doggy. So our buddy is somewhere over here. And you know what? You probably even noticed. What was I doing? Earlier I was talking shit on the GPS, and what was I doing? You can even see right here because I have it highlighted on the map. Highlighted on the map here. What was I doing? I was looking at our little compass up here. I was looking at our little compass. Although part of that, in all fairness, is that we've already like looted this area pretty thoroughly. There's not a whole lot of stuff on the map right now. There's like merchants we can talk to, obviously. But part of it is that we've like cleared a lot of this area for the most part. There was that one bridge we opened up, which is nice. There's much more interesting stuff happening up here, obviously. Stuff to resolve up there. In fact, we'll probably warp around. We'll definitely want to try to work on this one tonight too. This hunting case over here. So yeah, there's a number of things, but I do try to, when there's like still new stuff to glean, I do try to, encourage that whenever I can. But at the same time, I also try to keep the ball rolling, so as to avoid repeated content too much. Also, I pressed the wrong button. The number of times I accidentally drink a healing item. Those for personal reasons. I'm curious. That's right. He'd run out of barley, and he was desperate.
Mr. Kato, are you here?
Okay, I guess he's not. Let's see if there's like any sort of like ghostly stuff that we can find. Don't seem that back necessarily. Gonna like sneak in somewhere. Killed a lot of girls' hearts. I know that was a really popular show for a bit there. Thought that was like a person at first. I was like, what's that down there? Yeah. No, it was a really popular show, and it'd be nice to go back and watch it at some point. I know everyone really liked the actor. He's a handsome man. Good-looking fella.
I feel something. Anyone home? Right, well, what happened here?
Oh, place got motherfucking ransacked. What the hell?
Robbery, or someone threw a tantrum.
Move channel points to other channels. To like assemble them all together. Crowdsource the channel points. I mean, I guess you kind of can do that with wagering. Or no, what are they called? Predictions. Predictions would sort of allow you to do that, but that'd be a lot of work on the viewer and the streamer.
Oh, it's a miserable life without bread.
I mean, there's like some stuff down here is probably not very good. We'll just thumb through his journal real quick. Good luck in Boston. Don't forget I believe in you as you believe in him. So saith Aspen. I don't think that's a name we recognize. Although, again, it's been a few months since I've played this game, so I could maybe be forgiven for not remembering every little detail. This one is locked. Although that's probably just a... I don't know if that's going to be related to the quest. That might be more akin to just general resource gathering. As opposed to like quest item finding. Oh, and I was wrong. It's not the 1800s. It's the 1600s. Well, goddamn. So it's the late 1600s equivalent of Ghostbustering. So take this letter physically to the new world and not forget the old woman that I am. No longer the little boy I picked off the streets, complete and passionate man. The new world will bring you the meaning you seek. Be the most talented baker in your area. Be as passionate as you are now. Remain dignified in the face of adversity. A tribute to this beautiful calling of ours. Don't forget that feeding others is an honorable mission. Visit me one day, but above all, write to me. Aspen. Second time we've seen that name.
Aspen must be the woman Cottle spoke of. The one who trained him.
Perhaps he's lonely here, away from his people.
Takes dedication to sleep where you work. That or poverty.
My mother treated a baker once. He had the worst cough I'd ever heard. Turns out inhaling flour all day isn't good for your lungs.
Makes sense.
Aye, and neither's poverty.
What we got here? So this would have been... Let's see. The notes we saw about running out of barley happened in late June. So when there's no grain, Lucy still makes beer while I can bake no bread. She hoards the barley. I cannot find it. Where can her secret be? It drives me around the stump. Seen her cutting weeds and buying fixings. I must learn more. But she knows I'm spying on her. Okay. Cuts weeds that have no place in the making of beer. It is suspicious. I gave her an opportunity to share her secret. She thinks me mad. I think she's lying. I know she is, he says.
Despite the barley shortage, Lucy Barrow was brewing ale. Drove Perry mad. Sent him snooping after her.
I'm curious.
Why would she not tell him? Food is as important as drink.
Yeah, that is kind of curious. Like, there must have been some other personal thing going down. Baker's lung is actually a thing. I've actually never heard of baker's lung. One of the most dangerous professions in the Middle Ages. Yeah, because, like, it makes perfect sense if you're inhaling that shit all day. It makes sense that it would cause some health struggles, at least eventually. I don't think of flour as being, like, a dangerous thing, per se. But yeah, if you're literally, like, inhaling it over time, I mean, it's gotta have something bad, right? It's at least deeply uncomfortable.
Days.
I know the feeling.
I like.
Haven't seen better
So I
days.
can't
I
get
know
any other
the feeling.
inspection details out of it. Anything on this side? I've actually been on this side of, like, the little village area before. If anything, there's the gamer. It's not paint, but it is the gamer color. You can, like, squinch through here. This place is also pretty rundown. I can't remember whose place this is. This is a different person's place. Let's go into ghost mode. See if there's anything else we can kind of piece together here. In fact, let's go back to the first house. That's probably where we're more likely to find something. Also fire and ventilation. Oh, that's probably more that than just the flower alone. Yeah, that would make a lot more sense.
Where is it?
We already looked at this guy. Is there something... Okay, here we go. Yeah, there's a couple things. That caught my eye just because the color was so striking, but yeah, this is actually what we're looking for. Do I have the means to unlock this? But it can cause baker's lung, just enough flour. I guess if it's enough of it. So this will get us into the sanctuary. It's a little bit odd that he has this key on
A
him.
key hidden behind a spectral web. Why?
It's not the key for this thing.
What are you
Obviously.
doing with my key, you filthy thief?
Oh shit, there she is. So yeah, no, so never mind. No, we were not responsible for this person's death. I was getting her mixed up with the tavern owner, I think.
You! Who are you?
Who was drunk
What are
all
you
the
doing
time.
here? Wait. The Banisher McWraith.
Yeah, I thought
Haunted by a
Alewife
ghost.
was
You
referring
must
to
be
like the
joking.
drunk tavern owner.
Mistress Barrow. Glad to see you, circumstances notwithstanding. This is my partner, Antea Duarte.
Yes, pleasure to meet you, but never mind that. Perry Cottle stole the key to my alehouse. You have it. I want it back.
Why would Perry Cottle have the key to your alehouse?
He wishes to steal my business, so I hid it from him. There's nothing quite like watching a grown man soil his britches over losing a bloody key. Serves him right. The barley failed. No barley means no flour. No flour means no bread. It drove him mad. It made him mean. I don't easily scare, but he scared me. And I was right. In the end, he poisoned me.
Interesting. Okay. It still makes the question of like why she kind of had something against him from the get-go. Although like maybe he was like paranoid like right from the start and it just kind of rubbed her the wrong way. Mill is where they grind the flour. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. And of course, like we saw at the end there, in the other house. No, I guess it is this house actually. That yeah, like he was sleeping. Well, no, he wasn't sleeping in the mill though. The mill was elsewhere.
What's your relation to Perry Cottle?
We traded. Pleasantries, foodstuffs. He baked a fine loaf. Mostly we shared the barley crop. I worked with him, now I hate him. When I offered him a fair deal, he threatened me.
He omitted to mention this.
Allow me a moment in which to come to terms with the news that the liar, Perry Cottle, failed to tell the truth.
Usually there's like something in the middle. Usually, I mean, sometimes it is like one person just being ontologically evil, but usually there's like something behind the person that still fucked up, but like something that kind of drove them to that point.
Tell me about the poisoning.
To start, let me tell you about the baker Perry Cottle, who is as mean as he is stupid. Mean, for he would not pay me for my work. Stupid, for he poisoned me before he could get his grubby hands on it.
Are you sure he poisoned you?
We had words. He threatened me. He carried out the threat. It seems cut and dried to me.
You know how to brew ale without barley. We know this because Perry Cottle spied you doing it.
For a great baker, he makes a piss-weak spy.
Why not just tell him what the substitute was? You'd have your ale and he'd have his bread.
My hard work rightly deserves payment. My demands were reasonable. I even offered to defer the bill. Everything I have, I earned with the sweat of my brow and the brains in my head, and neither man nor God shall take it from me. Perry Cottle thinks innovation, the fruit of my labour, comes from God to be shared by all, but especially by Perry Cottle. I am a woman of enterprise, and no one drinks for free. No payment, no deal. You don't believe me? See for yourself. You have the key. Go to the alehouse where I died.
Where is it?
Go north, across the bridge, past the fallow fields. But do be careful. I hear it's haunted by the ghost of the poor dead alewife.
Alright. Whoops,
What's
I didn't mean to do
relation
that.
to Perry?
We traded when I up.
Hear me.
Allow me.
There we go.
We should go.
Can't get a moment's peace, can you? Even dead, there's work to be done.
Alright.
Looks like Perry Cuttle left some details out of his story. Let's go to the alehouse.
It's a decent ways away. Back with one obsession to take revenge. There's still more details to be determined rather. Yeah, found the So yeah, we couldn't find him necessarily. It is curious where he might be, I wonder. Yeah. But what exactly was the substitute? I am curious about that. That is kind of an odd thing. And yeah, it doesn't really answer the question then of like, I don't know, like what made this dude like so paranoid from the get-go? That is kind of strange. It's also kind of a shame that like, I mean, I guess part of it was like he was refusing to pay. To like kind of have the like be like sharing in this secret of being able to produce barley. Or, I'm sorry, to produce flour without barley. How she was able to do so. Where is this thing actually? It's gonna be way up here. Actually, that's pretty close to where we were earlier, I think. Oh no, we were up this way. We don't really have any super convenient fireplaces. I think this one's probably the best one. Let's just warp there, I think. Yeah, so it's a shame that they couldn't come to some kind of agreement, you know, some kind of financial agreement or otherwise. I mean, it's weird that he was like being weird and refusing to pay, given that like he was an upstanding baker. He was making sales up until late June. So it's not like he was, you know, I mean, well, I guess he was destitute at the end there, obviously. Wait, was I supposed to move that? What purpose does that serve, moving that there? There's a... Wait, is there a campfire inside the house? Or a bonfire or something? Because I think you can fast travel with the bonfires. Let's just let ourselves in. Okay, it's not in here. Whose house is this? Constance. Oh, I think I remember who this was. I think this was from a previous haunting case, I'm pretty sure. Are we gonna be trying to rescue her, or like resurrect her, or ascend her? The current path I'm on is to reanimate her, is to bring her back among the living, if we can help it. I'm sure where this oh, you know what? I think I know why we can't find the fireplace. The bonfire. It's underneath. Yeah, it's in the groundwater. There we go. That's why. So let's look this way then. This one's gonna actually be on this floor. Because I'm like, man, where the hell is this thing? Yeah. So yeah, we were talking about that earlier, how it's like you can banish a ghost and force them out unwillingly, which resolves the haunting, but kind of vaguely. You can ascend the ghost diplomatically, and everybody stays alive. The ghosts stay ghosts, the humans stay alive humans, and you're off to the races. Or you can like execute the guilty party, blame them, cast judgment down upon them, and see where that gets you, you know, and like with enough executions, with enough soul power acquired, you can resurrect a living person. Or sorry, resurrect a dead person rather. Yeah. Being fair with the judgments. There's times where, like, you can execute... There's, like, maybe 3 or 4 people involved, and you have to execute one person. So I'm like you, Elena. I tried to execute the person that makes the more sense. There have been a couple times where I've had to plug my nose a bit and be like, oh, I don't feel great about this one. So there are times where it's a little bit like, oh, this is a little bit unfortunate, but We roll with these things. Go ahead and rest so I can get the decoctions restored. And of course, ghosts don't have to sleep, so whenever we rest, she just kind of hangs out. Plays Scrabble. Does some crossword puzzles. Alright. And with that, let's go ahead and fast travel. So this one right here is probably our best bet. Oh, F. Favor specs. There we go. Makes the most sense, I think. But I keep kind of finding myself over and over, just kind of mentally thinking more about how things got so desperate with this situation, with this haunting case, where this guy poisoned this poor girl. Like how it like escalated so quickly. Because I mean, I get it. This guy was getting desperate. He was unable to make bread, unable to, you know, to make a living. And was like jealous, you know, it was jealous of the fact that she had found like a really cool trade secret that allowed her to still like produce her ale without barley being grown, at least. But like, what pushed him over the edge? Like, there must have been some kind of like extremely personal, more than just a falling out. Like, I'm just trying to imagine. We'll be finding out soon, obviously. Just trying to imagine how that exactly went down. And why, like, what led it to, like, reach such a fever pitch. Like I said, I have a feeling we'll be finding out fairly soon here. It's just, there's just, like, a disconnect, though. Like, what causes, like, a point of frustration like that to turn so quickly to murder. Especially given that that doesn't solve his problem. He still can't make bread. He still can't make a living. Now, but he had the satisfaction of killing somebody, I suppose. Like, cool, but your problem still stands, bro. Unless he was gonna try to bake the, you know, grow the barley himself, but I can't expect him to be all that good at that either. This is a baker, he knows nothing of farming. Imagine how bored you must be. Yeah, you can't, like, your interactions with the physical realm are pretty limited. She can interact with some objects, though, because in certain cutscenes, we've seen her, like, knock the gun out of Thick Skin. Knock the rifle out of Thick Skin's hands in that one cutscene. So, like, when they will themselves to, they can interact with the physical realm. But I know what you mean. Yeah. Use, like, horse manure. Well, oh, like, to grow stuff? I mean, maybe. Maybe, but I think at the end of the day, if you're using something other than barley to create flour, I mean, you can rub all the horse manure you want. You can rub all the horse shit into something all you want. It does not answer the question, or it does not, you know, does not make a suitable flour substitute, unfortunately. He's not exactly sleeping for the full 8 hours. Yeah, there's like, he's like tossing and turning a lot. Oh, right, in her case, she's making ale. Oh, you're saying she's putting horse manure in the ale? or producing ale with horse manure somehow? That would be impressive. Oh, I realized why this was here. I was like, what can I use to... I can't climb onto this. The reason this was here originally was to block this from being reached. So yeah, that serves no purpose there. Yeah, so this is the farm, obviously. We can kind of look around and see if there's like any environmental clues to kind of key us into what kind of shenanigans she was up to. I don't think this is her corpse. I mean, maybe it is. It's like, it's a dead person, but it doesn't quite look like her. And also that'd be a weird place for a poisoned person to die. When I think of somebody getting poisoned, I think of them like being like, oh, I don't feel so good. Going to lie down and then being like, oh god, this sucks. Like lying down like in their bed or something. Although, I guess just sitting down there, I guess, is as good as anything. She gets off on it? Oh, I sure hope so.
House, I believe.
I sure hope so.
A playground for the devil, according to some.
I hope there's like all kinds of untold freaky ghost sex times that happens, you know, away from prying eyes. I would sincerely hope so. I mean, if you're haunted by somebody, normally that sounds like cause for concern. And I think the idea is in this game, it is cause for concern. The idea is that it is, I think, affecting Red negatively. Like any sort of haunting, even if it's haunting by a loved one, and they mean you no harm. I think the presence of having a ghost near you constantly affects your sleep, affects your sanity slowly over time. So it does cause degradation. But in the meantime, I hope there's freaky ghost sexy times to kind of like offset the degradation.
I feel an
That's not
echo ringing.
unrealistic to
Like a hum.
think for, right? There's something nearby. Oh, right. I remember this. Because we've been here before. We've been here before, but we were just exploring for funsies as opposed to what we're doing now, which is quest shenanigans. Has to, yeah, right. Has to, like, drain the life force exactly. No matter their intentions, it is just an innate thing that happens. So a ghost haunting is not a good idea. It's not a good thing that you want. Except for ghost sexy times, then it's okay. Orders are in progress. They'll arrive when they arrive. No need to come and pester me, she says. Curious. Just get more life force. Just fucking drink some caffeine. Drink some coffee, bro. It's not complicated. How hard could it be? Easy, GG. What's this? Let's look at the optional ones. I like to look at the optional, less, like, key items first. Milking as many humans dry as we can. Don't worry. Exactly, Meerkat. I mean, really, in that very first cutscene, when Ante, maybe not first cutscene, but when Ante and Red first reunite, they're like able to hold hands. Listen, if you can hold hands with somebody, you're like 97% the way there to sexy times. You know, when Grace and I hold hands, that like brings like I'm pretty much finished. Like I'm like, whoo, man, I need a cigarette. Holy shit. Like I'm good. I'm good. So yeah, I mean that's like that's the extent of it sometimes. You know, an ungloved hand holding. Whew, mercy. It's a good thing we're married because that shit is sinful. My goodness. So 1690. Daniel Corbin. Sale of the tavern to Mr. Barrow and his widow, Lucy. Okay. 12,000 pounds rather. 1690. That'd have been like 5 years before things went bad.
Good thing she had her husband's support. Unmarried alewives don't usually have it so easy.
This is a surprising amount of money. If she can hold your hand, can she hold your pee-pee? Meerkat, you'll be really happy to know that's like a thing Grace and I have like seen people joke about on TikTok. It's like that face when my boyfriend won't let me hold his penis when he goes to take a pee-pee, and it's like a woman like crying hysterically. And of course, yes, that is happening. The first Meerkat. You already know. You already knew I was going to add that as a quote, of course. You already know what's up. Yeah, it's something that others very much love to joke about, and I think they're joking. I think. Maybe. Probably. What are the flavored beers this season? We have juniper berries, rheumatism, bloating, difficult digestions, or urinary infections. Appropriate given the context of our current conversation. Tart and sweet and resinous taste. Honey, soft and sweet. Verbena, good for digestive disorders. Flowery taste, not good. Basil, taste and smell disappear after brewing. During brewing, not good. Blueberry, soft and sweet. Strawberry, pleasant fruity taste, but needs to put a lot to be tasted, so it needs to be reworked. Coffee. If the coffee is not of good quality, the beer can be so bitter that it becomes undrinkable, also to be reworked. That's actually delightful, Meerkat. That's like really sweet. That's really sweet. That's something similar to that.
She knows her trade.
I know brewers, and this one is talented.
I know I've like seen, or rather I've thought of something similar to that as one of the funny things in my notes for future Gartic Phone plays, because you probably know I have like a text file full of like just stupid Gartic Phone prompts, and one of them is like holding hands under the stall as like pooping partners. I think it's very sweet. Core memory sustained. And then there's this thing. Damaged herborist book. It's damaged because this page is missing. Maybe the idea is that this is where Harry found that particular note about this. Oh wait, no, this is it's a different part of, it's a different plant, different piece of flora, but I'm guessing this is the book that probably had the toxic plants in it. Determined inflorescence. Let's see, good against, repels bats and insects, inflammation and pain, headaches, skin disease, toothache, muscle pain, rheumatism, torn page. Yeah, so the torn page, this is where the toxic plant notes first came from. So this one, young leaves can be boiled and eaten as a leafy vegetable, discarding the bitter cooking water, palpitations, colds, okay, so all pretty good.
A book of poisonous plants with a page torn out.
So that explains where he got that note.
Yes. The Phytolacticandra page is missing.
Lucy
enough.
Barrow was quite the force of nature.
As a widowed alewife amongst witch-hunting Puritans, she'd have to be.
Exactly.
So we got a key item there, a key item on the floor. This one is something to listen in on. Broken glass.
Need bread. What do you use in place of the barley? Lucy! Mistress Barrow, please, I beseech you, tell me.
No.
Folk must have bread before they have ale.
I offered you a fair deal. You're the one who turned it down.
Then you leave me no choice. I'll have the secret. I'll not let them starve when there's bread to be had.
You missed your chance. Now go away.
Wonder what the offer was.
Not the first time we've heard of this deal.
Doesn't change the fact that Perry was furious at Lucy's refusal.
Enough to kill, though?
Enough to kill? Seems unlikely.
It's cute. That's what I keep coming back to. Like, there's something else. There's like another component of this. Had a little poop. I think that's actually kind of chill. I like that. That's really chill. Herbalist book. Suncus asper. I feel like I'm looking at Morrowind reagents right now, like Morrowind plant names. Chytorium domesticum, Heracea magus, Frondilla prima, Senecio vulgaris, Jacobeia. I like the vulgaris one. I hope that means it's extremely vulgar.
Well-thumbed books. Lucy Barrow's an educated herbalist.
An alewife, fierce and educated. I bet folk were intimidated. And suspicious.
We should search the mill.
We just came from the mill, but fine. Is there anything hidden in here? I guess we couldn't get into the door without the key earlier. There's nothing else like hiding in plain sight or otherwise here. Can't get up to the second floor, although the second floor might not have anything anyway. Anything on the outside? There is the teleport option down that way, and that actually might be something to consider as well. Is there anything in that little section? We already kind of looked on the outside, although I wasn't in ghost form. I'll kind of look around. Anything in ghost form? Usually it's pretty obvious. I will jump over to this building as well. The fact that she was like a really... This Lucy character was like a very accomplished and well-read herbalist is impressive.
I might be able to help with that.
How does this work? Do we stand? I think we have to climb up here. Whoops. There we go.
Might be a jump to be had up behind the wheel there.
We'll have to stop it spinning first.
I'll look into that.
Okay, okay. I see you. Guess I haven't been in there before. I thought I'd already been in there at one point, but maybe not. Take a little look-see.
Can't shoot the lock. Not from here, anyway.
Something from inside that we can shoot? Nothing obvious. I'm guessing this is probably locked from the outside, from the inside, rather. Yeah, sure enough.
This door is locked.
We might have to just go right to the mill, then. This might be as far as we can go right now in this little area. Said he couldn't shoot the lock. Yeah, I'm looking to see if there's like anything obvious. This game usually is pretty good about like if there's something you can shoot or something you can interact with, it like pops visually pretty easily. It's really obvious when there's something to be had. Interact with here. So sure enough, let's go back to the sawmill then. I'm surprised we haven't found the guy since our initial conversation. So I mean, I guess the sawmill is the most likely place where he could be. It's as good a place as any. Oh, never mind. That's not, well, I mean, maybe that's where he is, like the original mill area, but the question is, we're not going back to that one. We're trying to explore this one here. Let's go back up. See if there's another little angle. Trying to, like, get in here. Because if that door is locked right there, and I have eyes on the door from here. Again, nothing really obvious here. Maybe there's something else hidden. It also... if there's like anything hidden in ghost form. Oh, there is. Well, actually, I think that's just part of the little, like the quick jump thing. It's locked from the inside side. I can't shoot the lock from here, at least. That would be like a pretty decent angle to be able to see the door. So if there was a door on the lock itself, I think from that side it would be reachable. Could climb up here. See if that gives me like another vantage point. It wouldn't really do anything for me, I don't think. I mean, that window's not open or anything. So as far as like getting an entry point on the door, I can see the door. That is at least, but yeah, there's like nothing, no obvious things to shoot or to otherwise reach. Go on the back. What about peeing in the river? Meerkat, you never have to ask me twice when it comes to just generally peeing on things. Very much down for that philosophy. Just with most things in life. A little glint in the on the wall. That's just a collectible item, so that's nothing super crazy. Let's do this. Actually, speaking of peeing in the river, I do need to take a little tinkle because this live wire is quite good and very tasty, but it also is flowing through me like piss through a hobbit. So I'm going to take a quick little pee break. I'll be right back, friends. And when we get back, we'll continue playing this game. I'll be right back. Quick Bonnie update, by the way. Bonnie the dog. You'll be really happy to know that Bonnie the dog is sleeping very comfortably in the other room, looking very cute and snuggly. And she's very sleepy. That's the update. Bonnie the dog is cute. That's the update. That's the tweet. I know, pretty hard to believe, right? That a dog would be cute. In this day and age, in 2024, the year of our Lord, dogs are cute. I don't know, Alex. Kinda sus, NGL. Kinda sus, not gonna lie. And other cute animals, including Shayna. Hello, Shayna. Unless there was something from inside the house. If the call is coming from inside the house, that would be unexpected. I know, in this... That's what I'm saying, Ogaso. In this economy, you kidding me? Are you shitting? Are you shitting me? You sure I didn't miss anything from inside the house. Or, like I said, if there was not a way to get to the second floor. Kind of odd that there was nothing that was, like, ghost vision required from inside of here. Usually, in these haunting cases, there's at least one ghost vision thing that you need inside a place like this. But maybe that's going to be more inside the other spot. Yo, we got our boy Chuck in the house. What's up, Game Trader? That's our buddy Chuck. Tell Bonnie that we loves them. Bonnie is a little buddy, and it was, where were we? We were out... Oh, it was earlier this evening. I took her for a walk. And we were walking... This happens all the damn time. We were walking by a car where, like, they had just parked, and they were getting ready to exit the vehicle and go to their house. You know, some people a block away that we don't know, but we see every once in a while. And Bonnie is such a people dog. She sees a car pull up, and she sees, like, cars, doors about to open, and she instinctively is like, oh, friends, oh boy. And she's, like, motioning. Of course, she's on a leash, but she's motioning to, like, because she wants to see the car open, the car door open, see the people, and then just jump in the car. Because to her, cars are like fun adventure boxes, and they always have friends in them that specifically are there to see her. And let's be real, she's probably correct. If there are people around, they're there to see her. If they're allegedly there to see us as well, then we're just an afterthought. She's the star of the show. But it's always very cute. It's like, Bonnie, we don't know these people. You don't just jump into random people's open car doors if you don't know them. It's, you know, there is such thing as stranger danger out here. But she doesn't know any of that. She just knows people. That means friends. It's very cute. I was thinking maybe there'd be something in the, like, maybe if there's like a hole in the roof or something. You know how these places are. Everything is like disused and not very well maintained. And I'm gonna feel like a big old dumbass if that window right there just had something I didn't notice, that open window. I'll feel like an even bigger dumbass if I have had the ability this whole time to just jump into that open window, just hoist myself through. But I think we would have seen the prompt for it earlier. Yeah, she is right. She is right if that's how she assumes. She is correct. Because that's like, you got this like tiny little baby opening for babies. Yeah, that thing is shining, obviously. As it's a collectible. This little rope caught my eye earlier in the foreground. But it's the thing, like, usually you don't have to strain so much to be able to see into a, like, interactable spot like this. The nice thing is that there is infinite ammo in this game, so I can just kind of fuck around and not have any downsides. This window is not open, by the way. We need to get in. We need to either get into that side or like shut off or like otherwise halt the mill. Well, I mean, one thing that comes to mind is that halting the mill could be done by stopping the flow of water. So if I could like somehow dam the water, that'd be an interesting solution. Oh, I see it. Oh, that's the lock he was referring to. I thought he meant a lock on the door. He means this thing.
That works.
Shuts off the water.
Let's go.
Which stops powering the mill. Okay. Yeah, I thought when he said the lock, I thought he meant like the lock on the door, and I was like, well, I mean, that's one way to do it, but yeah, that would explain it then. So now, sure enough, the door is still locked, of course, but we go around all that shit. We got Jet in the house. What's up, Jet? Now, you know what? It was not intentional to play a game that heavily features Ghost on this, the first day of Halloween, which, as we all know, is a month-long undertaking.
Well, quite the operation Mistress Barrow is running.
I can't say I like intended that necessarily, but I'm glad for it. I'm glad we're playing a game that features ghosts so heavily on October 1st, the first day of Halloween. The first of 31 days. It's good to see you, by the way, Jet. Jet, do you have any fun, like, spooky things planned? You were playing some games the other day when you were streaming, and I was lurking like a little creepy lurkingson. In fact, I'll ask that if anyone has, like, spooky games they want to play, or even better, or maybe not better, but equally viable spooky movies they want to watch. My favorite horror movie is The Witch. That's my favorite. We got Fade Gold in the house. What's up, Fade? Appreciate you popping in. Ran towards home, but jumped into some other stranger's car. Oh my gosh. But they did phone animal control, right? Yeah. But eventually found... Okay, I'm glad he got reunited, Fade. I'm sure that was scary for you and for everybody else involved. That is... That's like... That's something that Bonnie would absolutely do. Like, if she were to get out, she would very much just, like, befriend a random person, and they would hopefully see her dog tag and be like, let me call this number. Some Phasmo, yeah. I knew you were playing some Phasmo earlier, Johnson. That is a good one. I haven't played Phasmophobia in, like, I want to say a few years. In fact, I think my last time playing Phasmophobia was with Jet and Alina, actually. We played a couple years ago. So 69-5. I think this is basically, like, a year or so before the... Well, no, probably like maybe a month or two before the events of this game. So this is much more recent. So letter of appointment for Lucy Barrow. The grip of terrible events. Decided to leave and take those who can travel with me. So this was when they initially set out for the New World, as they called it. 12th of June. That's a little bit surprising. And they're traveling to this new little hovel area. Or not hovel, hamlet, that's the word, hamlet. Your beers of excellent quality. Appointing you as the official alewife of the Harrows, right. Okay, so that's not like super, super wild. We knew that she was the official alewife.
His genius given the title alewife to the alewife.
She must have loved that.
So this is locked and it stays locked. I can't unlock it myself.
I'm surprised Perry Cotto found no substitute for Barley.
Some men can't think beyond what they already know. But this, I think, is about wounded pride.
I mean, he was trying, but failing, obviously. It's changed a whole bunch. Yeah, I know there's been a number of, like, pretty big patches. I remember when I first played, like, 3 or 4 years ago. Yeah, it was, like... It was very good, but yeah, like, they hadn't added hardly any of the, like, major changes that they'd added. Like the new tools and whatnot they added. I mean, some really significant reworks a few years ago. I'm sure there's been a whole bunch more since. So I'm pretty out of the loop, unfortunately. So this is from Lucy to the governor. Artist to paint my portrait. Oh, we did see that blank canvas in that other house. Want to be faced to put on my legacy. And then something else was scratched out. My work is believed to be remarkable and deserving of immortalization. Not many recognize alewives, and I believe it is time for a change. That is a bit of an odd request. An official portrait to be painted. So maybe she had a bit of an ego as well? I mean, I suppose it's not the strangest of things to imagine.
Reminds me of Mother Louse's over on Cheapside. Wonder how the old alewives do.
I'm sure she'd be glad to see you back on your feet.
She was a good friend, and I needed one.
Appreciate you popping in, Fade Gold. It's good to see you. We're playing Banishers Ghost of New Eden. We actually played this game back in February of this year, back when the game first came out. And it was really good then, and it's very good now.
That. It's the drunkard's jackpot.
Don't get excited.
Once upon a time, finding this lot would have made my day.
And we're getting back into it. Part of it because there's a new Dare Drop campaign that includes a few dares for this game. The other part of it is that this game is really cool. And again, it's October 1st, so a game that very heavily features ghosts in it. It's a win-win-win. A triple win. Alexander Watson. That's a name I think I recognize. Back from the Hamlet. June of 1965. Okay.
Yes, and those orders won't be fulfilled.
Unless Perry takes over the brewing.
Wouldn't be the first time an alewife lost her business to a man.
I mean, maybe that's why he killed her. Maybe he wanted to take over over her business. That was one thing she had suspected, was that she was not only just jealous, that he was not only just jealous, but he wanted to take over her business because he realized that with no barley, being a baker was going to be unattainable. Untenable, rather. A couple things over on that side. And also they saw my MS Paint. Oh my gosh, yeah. I'll do the portrait. I've got the... Check out my portfolio, which is to say like almost 400 extremely deranged MS Paint challenges.
Too.
Lucy Barrows is better organized than my mother.
Well, like they said, quite an operation they have in here. So 1st of June, I found the perfect substitute for Barley because, again, kind of a bit of background here. By this point in the game, or in this game's history, in this world's history, a terrible blight had befallen the land, and it was nearly impossible to grow any crops. So she was just using oats as a substitute for barley for something to make flour. Maybe flour isn't the right word, but something for brewing ale that didn't require barley. So some kind of oat ale. She said she's really proud of it, and it was a recipe that she herself like wanted to like have as being her very own. That wouldn't just be going anywhere else, you know, not for anybody and everybody. It was like a trade secret she wanted to hold dear to her and monetize. She was an enterprising individual. Perry asked me about it. She offered to sell the recipe to him, but he couldn't like even consider such a thing. He wanted her to give it to him for free. Then she found him spying on her. And like a coward behind my window, wants to know what the secret ingredient is. He needs to pay me for it, right? Someone tried to break in. He says, I know exactly who it was. I had to close all my windows when I work if I want to be safe. Perry is always there. I can hear him. Feel him. He's trying to catch me in the middle of the night. He's stalking me everywhere, yes. And I'm a little bit afraid. Maybe I could set traps around my house and Perry would get a foot snapped like the vile fox that he is. Maybe then he'd leave me alone. So she was acutely aware of his bullshittery. Not exactly subtle.
The portweed. What's it doing here?
Oh, was she gonna set a trap for him? Was she gonna poison him? Oh shit, wouldn't that be some shit? Who poisons whomst the first? So interestingly enough, in her house is the mortar and pestle that was used to crush fixings to flavor her ale, and maybe also the pokeweed, this toxic, or I guess poisonous, more poisonous. Well, no, toxic is also valid. Toxic herb. Maybe the idea is she accidentally poisoned herself unknowingly?
This is our ghost tie, and a memory hangs on it.
Can I view the memory? Haven't done this in a while. Not that one. Reveal an echo. I think that's probably it. We're not necessarily wanting somebody to manifest themselves yet. Definitely it's not a scourge. I don't think we want to cleanse something. Let's do this one. If I'm wrong, then I don't think we lose anything. Oh shit, I might be wrong.
From the shadows.
Is that not it? Yeah, that was not it.
I failed this one all right.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe by this point we are bringing everything else. I mean, do I have all the other ingredients? We've got Perry figured out, but Lucy still has a loose piece here. I guess maybe if we perform the ritual to summon her, we'll be able to ask her more questions. So we have a memory attached. That's why I was thinking make manifest made sense. Oh, fuck. I think I must have clicked wrong. This is the one I meant. Yeah, I'm a fucking dumbass. I clicked the wrong one. There we go. That when it's dramatic camera angles, that means you got the right one.
A drop.
Is this like a wheat ale?
Rain.
It said it was oats, I think. Oats instead of barley. We're brewing ale.
Harry Cottle, is that you creeping once again? You can die first before I give you anything.
I think she poisoned herself by accident. She wasn't looking. She was so paranoid.
Best run, Cottle. Have a stick and I'll not hesitate to use it.
She took the fight to Laka instead of the
Yeah,
horse.
she fucked up.
A sad fate.
She was so paranoid she wasn't like paying attention and
Afraid
grabbed the
to
wrong
lose her
herb.
Individuality. She lost everything instead.
Without her secret ingredient, I still can't make bread.
Was that Perry downstairs we just heard? Brewing with anything even remotely fermentable? That's the thing, like, you'd think somebody wouldn't have at least tried brewing with oats before the events, you know, shown here. I'm sure... That's kind of weird. I'm sure, like, historically speaking, someone tried it. Maybe it wasn't as commonly known. Certainly not in New England times in the late 1600s, but still, I'm with you. It's like someone surely would have done it, right?
What are you doing in my house, you horrible little man?
Dear Lord, what work of the evil one is this? Lucy Barrow. But you're dead. I saw your body in the alehouse. The dead return, and you are most surely a witch. Yes. Oh, this explains everything.
Oh, for the love of God, just stop your nonsense and explain what the hell you were doing in my alehouse.
I believe I'm the one who needs answers.
Oh, God! The world is ending, and the Lord must call us to him!
Elgaso's already sussed out what's going to happen inevitably. That's the thing, like, this dude... Was it really that hard? I mean, that's the thing, he was so desperate. He was trying other things. He was trying, what was it, rye? He was trying, coffee, I think. No, I'm thinking of her list of ingredients. What was some of this goofy stuff he was trying? None of it was like tenable. Didn't think to just try oats, something which I'm sure is quite plentiful. This is an unfortunate one because yes, this guy was being a piece of shit, and yes, he was like harassing her to no end, but he didn't kill her necessarily. Her death was like was an unfortunate accident that was spurred on by this guy's harassment, obviously. But you know, did he pull the trigger on killing her? No, obviously, no, he didn't poison her to death. We all know where this is going, so I hope I get to ask all the questions if possible.
What were you doing with pokeweed, Lucy? If you knew it was poisonous.
I am a herbalist and an alewife. I make things. I have all sorts of poisonous plants. I knew Perry was spying on me, so I led him to believe I was using common weeds in place of barley. I chose pokeweed because it helps women with their monthlies.
Twisted and ingenious. I think I like you.
Perry Cottle stole from me. He found out about the poisonous plant and killed me!
He did have that poisonous plant page in his house, or at least in his mill, I think. So there was that. But also what Meerkat found out, or what Meerkat has landed on, I was wondering the same thing. Was she intended to poison him first? Like, who was going to poison who the first? I think they were going to kill each other before the night is through. You can make bread with just fine with rye. I'm probably misremembering what are some of the things he was trying. What were some of the other things he was trying to make bread with? And, like, none of it was working, obviously. He's definitely a shitty baker, it's no question. Like, he makes an okay loaf with barley, but if that's all he can do it with, then my god, this guy is helpless. Let's ask the other question.
Lucy Barrow, under the pretext of a demand for fair payment.
What's up, Ace?
You hoarded a valuable recipe.
That's right. You'd have starved us for the sake of your business. You denied the children of God their daily bread.
Give us this day our daily
Lucy,
bread.
For business. Our Lord God called you to give service to his flock, and you demanded payment.
Let her speak, Mr. Cotto.
If the Lord wished the fruits of my labour, then he should have paid me like anyone else. I worked hard for where I am today. I deserve to succeed. I worked my arse off for it, and you would have me give it away. Not a chance.
Like Elgaso said, was it really that wild, the idea of brewing beer with ale, or I'm sorry, with oats? Was it really that extreme? But still, the principle of the matter stands. But yeah, Ace pointed out, he didn't intend for her to kill herself. Nor did she intend for her to kill herself. But like, just this, you know, almost in some ways petty rivalry definitely reached a fever pitch.
Go on then, Mr. Cottle. What were you doing in the alehouse when you found Lucy dead?
Malted grains is fine too.
I'd not seen her in a moment. I was checking she was well.
You base strain-hardy oaf.
I was just
You're not
checking on her.
half mine.
It was a wellness
You were
visit.
checking to make sure I was dead.
I was doing no such thing.
But you were, Mr. Cottle. You spent weeks harassing Lucy here for her recipe. You harangued her so much that in a moment of stress, she made a mistake and accidentally poisoned herself. For that, you are responsible.
Time to set the top on the right bottle, cockle, you dundering harasser.
Dundering.
Dwindling failure, you sneaking thief.
I never meant to. I am none of those things. She had it coming. Devil worshipper, witch, selfish woman.
I do appreciate in like a moment of duress, a character like that just turning into a sniveling like, I'm so flustered. I'm so mad. Oh my god. Just, losing their composure like that. We all know where this is going.
To work then. Let's do this.
Yeah, great. That's right, Ace. You fucking nailed that shit, right? This is one of those that's not entirely satisfying. Because, again, at the end of the day, did he like, plunge the knife? Did he pull the trigger? Did he poison her? No. But he definitely exacerbated a situation that was already unpleasant to an extreme degree that kind of inadvertently led to her death. Now, in all fairness, her, keeping a recipe secret that was potentially exacerbating not drought, but mass starvation, with the village, because again, they couldn't really grow a lot of crops, so resources were wrought. Famine, there we go, thank you, Ace. So, both parties have been shitters. I almost wish I could execute them both, but one of them's already dead. If I could execute them both and get both their spirits for resurrecting Antea, I'd be tempted to do so. But at the end of the day, our ultimate prime motivator here for all this is to resurrect our ghost waifu, which means someone's gotta die. So, although this isn't entirely satisfying, it's more satisfying when you're taking out a cold-blooded killer. He's not a cold-blooded killer, although there's a pretty good chance, he was definitely gunning for it. Especially that little blow-up at the end where he was like, she had it coming, she deserved it. It's like, alright, bro.
Perry Cottle, you're haunted by the ghost of the alewife Lucy Barrow. You didn't
If it
kill her.
affects their sanity enough, Fade, yeah.
That doesn't make you innocent.
They're both equally guilty.
You bullied her.
They're
You
both
spied on
shitters. Petty and, egotistical
What's wrong to
shitters.
me? You did those things, and she came back because of them. Because of you.
What else was I to do?
You could have left her alone.
You also could have gotten good as a baker. Like Delgaso was pointing out, just fucking get good, bro. He was clearly studying other herbs, poisonous herbs indeed. Surely he'd heard of oats, right? Something, right? Like Elgaso said at the beginning, bro, just put him out of our misery. He's a shitty-ass baker. Fucking execute him without even a moment's hesitation, Alex. You're doing us all a favor.
I should rise.
Like a sad loaf of bread in an oven.
Give them this day.
Bro ain't rising.
bread.
They'll figure it out, or they'll starve.
There it is. That's how it ends. Not an entirely satisfying one, but not an not entirely unsatisfying either. So that one's kind of right in the middle. At least this is open now, which is nice. We have the key then for Perry's actual spot. Back in the village? I think it was in the village. So actually, yeah, I'm gonna just fast travel back to there, back in the Harrows. What I might do is sneak over to the Creeping Ivy real quick. Just because we are fairly close, and there's really not a lot of fireplaces around here anyway. Ace, you actually, and Elgaso, I know Elgaso likes this movie too. You guys know I might, you might remember, thought I watched Chicago for the first time early this year, back in, or no, it was November. It was November, but last year. This was just before Dexter passed, unfortunately. And I'd heard some of the songs out of context, and I'd seen some clips out of context, but I never actually just sat down and watched the whole movie, and I loved it. But of course, for a lot of people, oh god, what's the name of that song? It's like the chorus is he had it coming. He had it coming all along. If you'd have been there, if you'd have seen it, maybe you would have done the same. The Cell Block Tango? Cell Block Tango, thank you, Agasa. Yeah, that's it. So yeah, whenever I hear that line, that's where my brain goes. He's gonna be blocking that shit. I'll break his block, and I'll also break his entire face. Oof. Should be enough to... There we go. I was gonna say, trying to get that guy knocked out. Teleport? Oh, you're so fancy. Oh wait, no, it's this one. There we go.
Piss off!
He says, "Piss off, piss off, you bloody wanker." Although our guy is Scottish, not British, so bloody wanker wouldn't really be his kind of thing to say. What's a good like Scottish insult to throw at somebody? Like a good thing that somebody like Red would say to a bad guy as he's vanquishing him. Fade's like, that boy's bred with no yeast, boy. That boy's not rising to the occasion. Motherfucker's bred with no yeast. Very appropriate. More combat in this economy. In cases like this, when they're a wraith like that, you want to use... Let's go ahead and finish him off. You want to use Antea because her ghost powers do a lot more damage to those kinds. They're not wraiths. There's another word for it. Those kinds of zombified corpses that have been reanimated. What's that word? Sasnach? Sasnatch? That almost sounds sexy. Almost. Swindled his potential customers out of their money to maintain wealth, but resulted in them not being able to... Oh, right. Yeah, so he kind of, like, brought on his own economic, collapse by fucking with... like the market to fucking with his own market too heavy-handedly. I can see that shit. See that shit happening. Yeah, it's like going for like that short-term benefit while like causing long-term damage that obviously fucks him up in the in the long run. I believe it. I do believe it. Killed the economy. Yeah, it's like he was kind of the victim of his own undercutting, hoisted by his own financial petard, as it were. I doubt it for a second. Now this shortcut would have previously... We've been here before, but we haven't been able to traverse this shortcut before. Because we only, fairly recently, in the grand scheme of this game, only, like, just acquired the ability to disperse with these roots. So...
I aim the corrupted heart. You aim at its roots.
There's one here. I only... Oh, there's one up there as well. So... Is it control? That one there. And then that one there. There's a third one somewhere up here.
You know, I'd almost fancy...
There we go.
Trust me, you don't want a garden.
I think the most unsatisfying story in this game, like, as far as, like, the quest lines where you have to execute somebody or banish somebody or ascend a spirit. Again, we have gone exclusively for executions, which is to say blames, to kill a person, to, like, you know, retrieve their life essence so we can use it towards Antea's resurrection. I think the most unsatisfying one, and I will say this is mild spoilers for a side quest, was probably this one, the school teacher, with Marcy and Hugh. Because, like, Hugh it was unsatisfying because Hugh fucked up, but Marcy was like a willing participant in the situation. Like Hugh pushed her into believing that she was a prophet, like a Christian prophet, and that she was having visions that were of biblical significance, and that the only way to like ascend to like a new level of being with these visions was to starve herself. And she and she is his sister, and like she loved her brother so much and was like desperate for, for any sort of validation that she went along with it, and like truly believed it. Even in like ghost form, presented with all the evidence, she was like, I don't care, he's still my brother and he did nothing wrong. I willingly starved myself even if it killed me. It was out of love. It was out of love for him and for Jesus. And Hugh was like, that's right, I did nothing wrong. You can never convince me. And it's unsatisfying because, like, you show all this stuff that happened in that storyline, and still both parties are just, like, steadfast in their belief. And it's just unsatisfying where it's like, okay, well, I'm still gonna execute you because, again, I need that ghost juice. I need that ghost pulp.
Wards, you're on
But yeah, it was unsatisfying because at the end of it, it was like, well, shit, man, there was no lessons learned here, right? Nobody learned anything. And in fact, the ghost was so bad that we killed her brother, that she attacked us, which has never happened before in this game, where a ghost became a scourge and like came at us. Now, granted, we were able to defend ourselves and we vanquished it, no problem, but still, it was like, damn, bro, that was just like... You always hope that there's some kind of like proper resolution, whereas here there was no resolution. We resolved it. Obviously, the haunting was no longer, but it was like a bummer because it was oh, there's a ward.
Sorry,
Right,
not
there's a
this
ward
time.
somewhere. That's one that like sticks in my mind as being like, damn, I was hoping we were gonna get somewhere. You hope that by the end you get through to somebody. At least in that particular haunting that we just resolved earlier, at the end, when the guy was like, listen, I did nothing wrong, but you know what? Even if I did, she deserved it. She's a witch, and fuck you. Like, there was that like, kind of losing of composure, where he realizes, like, he fucked up, but, like, his ego, like, won't let him admit it, but, like, he knows he was, like, being a piece of shit. We never got it with Hugh, which is a bummer. That being said, there was another one that I remember now as being kind of, maybe not unsatisfying, but... Was it this one? That one, well, no, I don't feel too bad about that one. The cobbler was pretty unfortunate. Best, some of these I'll confess I am a little bit fuzzy on. That, oh yeah, Prudence and Thomas. I do remember this one now. Yeah, that was another one that was like kind of a bummer. Because... Now, wait, how did he get... Yeah, I know his neck got severed. What was it? Prudence... Yeah, because Prudence was found to be a spy. Oh, and he killed himself, right? Shouting in French and an unseen threat. Right, yeah, she was a French spy. Because, right, in the 1600s, the French and the British were at odds with each other. Thomas had returned to haunt her, to urge her to leave. Right. He killed himself so that he could haunt her to, like, urge her to leave out of her own safety. Okay, I remember that was a weird one. That was a weird one because it was extra bizarre that she didn't kill him. And she, like, kind of drove him insane unknowingly. Yeah, I think I'm, like, remembering some of this one now. That was a bizarre one. That one was, I think, also kind of unsatisfying. For very different reasons, mind you. But unsatisfying no less. You're gonna get zapped. You're blocking? Block this, motherfucker! I missed. One thing I will say about parrying versus blocking in this game, parrying is nice because if you parry it correctly at the right time, you get that nice little repost. But also, like, dodging is great. Dodging is great because you get that, like, little follow-up attack, that little spin attack. That's always really cool. Same thing with Antea. If you do, like, a little dodge, you get, like, a cool little spin punch. That's kind of cool. Whereas parrying, like, if you don't parry exactly, it's not as, like, satisfying of a repost, or even it just blocks and doesn't repost. But dodging is great, and you have infinite stamina in this game. You can swing your sword all you want. You can dodge. You can sprint around. There's no stamina in this game. So when this game first came out, people were like, oh, hey, this looks like Dark Souls. And it's like, man, I mean, it's a third-person RPG, so, I mean, yeah, there's, like, that aspect of it. But I would wager, personally, that what makes a Dark Souls, or a Souls-like, for me, its most key feature is resource management. And I don't mean like managing resources like in like a strategy game or RimWorld, but I mean like managing stamina and health and heals you can drink, that kind of thing. So no stamina is like, that's a big one. That's like, for me, that's like the biggest thing about Soulsborne games. So infinite stamina means there's no reason to not go for a dodge every time, because it's like, it's never more expensive and much less risky than going for a parry riposte. Alright, so we're probably gonna have to go into the smog area, if I had to guess. I don't really like going through these areas, but this is clearly where we need to go to remove... Well, actually, looks like I can do it now. Yeah, because there was a... There's some kind of ward somewhere blocking something. And I was thinking we have to go through the smog to block it. To break that shit, rather, but... Yeah, so the ghost ward doesn't actually reach over here then. Kind of unsatisfying. And I'm guessing this probably leads to where we ultimately want... Oh, that's where we came from. Yeah, because I have not been this way, apparently. So we have 3 points of interest. Wait, is this where I came from? Like I would have noticed these things. Yeah, I've not been here. Or at least not tonight I've not been here. But this indicates we definitely have been here. So I think... Yeah, I think that's the issue. Okay, getting a little bit turned around. That's kind of what the lady was doing, harming her market to sell a product that would no longer prioritize. Right, yeah. Yeah, so that's kind of what you were getting at, Ace. Like, the idea of the lady, the alewife, refusing to, like, bend to, like, selling her, or even giving away her trade secret. She was, like, trying to kind of artificially inflate the market. She was an enterprising individual, and we learned that she was very well educated, which is impressive. And, like, she wanted, you know, she felt belittled and, you know, maybe even taken advantage of by the men around her in that village. So, like, she definitely had an axe to grind. But that chip on her shoulder, you know, caused you know, untold amounts of tragedy to her and those around her. No, well,
Beware.
Exacerbated problems around her for sure. So
I don't think so.
Can't switch off right now. I think the ward is somewhere in there probably. So we'll have to go down into the smog at some point. Faye just says, kill them all, bro. Just kill them all. Sekiro does not have stamina, but it has a posture system. Interesting. Yeah, this game really doesn't have any sort of, like... Oh, you're in the wrong the wrong state, or the wrong... Like... Some kind of poise, or some kind of, like, status amount. Now, granted, there's switching between physical and ghost form. And there are certain combat situations where you're definitely more effective in ghost form or physical form. But there's really no combat situations where you simply have to be in one or the other. It's just one is usually more like encouraged. There is something here, so we can break this thing. I'm guessing this is probably one of the points of interests. It is not, actually. It is not. Okay. So I'll hold off on breaking that. I'm kind of curious to go down into the smog. We've kind of seen this little nook and cranny. I really ought to play Sekiro. I think I'd like it a lot. I know it's not everyone's favorite Soulsborne-like. In fact, I know some people are like, it doesn't count as a Soulsborne. Maybe for the definitions I was kind of giving earlier, where, you know, some have like very specific definitions of what makes a Soulsborne-like. But I think I would like it based on what I've kind of heard about it. I know the dodge and parry forced aspect of it, maybe not forced, but focused aspect of it is a deal breaker to some, but I think it's kind of refreshing. So I'd like to try it at some point. Yeah, I kind of want to hit up both of these, honestly, but let's... You know what? I think I'm wrong. I think I'm not going to do the smog one first. I think we're going to go towards this one first. Towards these two, rather. Just because that... Actually, you know what? Yeah, I think this will allow... This will have, like, some kind of tunnel to lead us out this way, which will ultimately get us towards our next haunting case. I bet there'll be something. Usually these little arrows mean there's some kind of shortcut. Not always, but sometimes. Let's go towards this one, which looks like... Oh, never mind. I'm full of shit. We are going down here anyway. And the smog...
Fuck.
Sorry, not this time.
Oh, there we go. There's... Oh, but I can't shoot it. There we go. So at least as Antea, I can walk around in the smog. And kind of see what I'm doing. As Red, yeah, we can't see shit. Can't sprint, can't attack, can't do shit. At least as Antea, we can walk freely. One weapon, it's like really polished, which is nice. Yeah, so like I could see that being a bit of a deal breaker for some, because with Dark Souls, the different kinds of weapons you can use, different kinds of builds. I'm sure there's still different builds and like specializations in Sekiro compared to Dark Souls, but I understand that like if you only have the one weapon, I could see that being maybe kind of flying in the face of what some people like. But yeah, I'm with you. That sounds great. Wukong as well. I've heard mostly good things. I know there was some, maybe not even controversy, but some folks are not quite as down for it. But yeah, I'm with you. That game sounds really cool. Looks and sounds really cool. This is a thing I would like to activate, but we have to be red to activate it. And I don't think we can right now. Yeah, even if I'm right up against it, I can't activate it. So we need to disperse the source of the ghost smog. I've heard that's really good. And it looks awesome. I've seen gameplay for it. It looks, like, spectacular. It looks so fucking badass. So yeah, I think it's... I'm on board.
God, this stuff is thick.
I can see just fine.
Yeah, so we can't even climb while this stuff is active. But that means we should be able to find the source if we keep kind of following this direction from which it's being brought our way. Sure enough, here it is. Now, will this cause a scourge battle or something, whatever it's called? Something doesn't like us.
Make a run for it!
Run for it? Oh, because he's shooting stuff at me. I see what you mean. 1, 2, 3. Uppercut! Bam! Knock him on his ass.
Have some of this.
Wasn't too bad, just the one fella. Thought they maybe throw a few of them at us. And just like that, this place is nice and open. Open season. And then, what exactly is this? That thing. Oh, okay, just some monies. Nothing crazy. The combat in Black Myth, yeah, it looks super freaking cool, man. Sounds amazeballs. That guy, there's a couple things I wanted to snag. Kind of passed along the way. I am curious. Oh, that's right. There was the upgrade station. I think that increases our max health, I think. Or maybe it's our max spirit energy, but something good. And really good. Speaking of something really good, looks like Meerkat's got something for us. That's always cause for celebration. Let's snag that in just in but a meowment. So this is definitely where we want to go next. In fact, that will lead us closer towards that particular point of interest. And it's yellow. That means it's fancy. And maybe also piss flavored. One can only be so lucky. More stealth mechanics. Right. Right. I mean, of course, there's boss battles. Of course, there's the usual kinds of things you would expect to see with a Soulsborne-esque game. But yeah, I understand the stealth focus is a big one. Yeah. Oops, 5 city. Target these things. Like, whoa, shit. Ouch. I'm getting fucking juggled. Goddamn. Alright, who's the guy? Oh, this fucking dude. 2 of them. Thankfully, the range guys you can pretty much always one-shot. That is, if you hit him with a headshot, basically. Alright, and there's stuff to explore up here, but I don't want to get too ahead of myself. Yeah, let's focus the stuff down here first before I get off the rails here. We also want to make sure I don't delay too much longer before we do Meerkat's Redemption, just because I know it is getting late for him. Let's see if there's anything else down here. I want to definitely grab this station. I think that's a... Yeah, it's a ghost energy maximizer. Now we have more ghost stamina. More strong ghost waifu. More spirit points. Beautiful. There was also a corpse I shot down earlier, which means there's stuff to be looted. Oh, I think we actually already got that. Because we saw the random corpse over on that side. Over there, I think. I think that's where that came from. Because it was weird to see him sitting up. That's what kind of threw me. I think that's what that was. Yeah, it was down that way. So I think that was indeed the last piece. As far as stuff I wanted to kind of resolve in this little area before we move on to the next spot. And the nice thing is we can just kind of go by those points of interest as far as we need to go next. Very rarely is there anything like super amazing that is not like decently well labeled. So we'll go here next. But first, meet the game. Actually, we'll leave the game unmuted. Makes it nice and spooky. Oh wait, actually, no, let me just stay on the same scene. It's fine. Stay on that same scene and bring up the old MS Paint. Good old-fashioned MS Paint. Good old time. So, MS Paint challenge begins. Well, it doesn't begin, but let me grab the stuff real quick. Meerkat says, I got you, bro. Actually, he doesn't say I got you, bro. He says, I hope you're ready to ride my wiener. I'm about to send you in DMs. This is a good wiener. Meerkat sending me some good wiener. Thank you for sending me the good wiener, Meerkat. You know me too well. There's one man who enjoys a good ween. It's good old Alex, is what Meerkat probably thought to himself when he saw this image. Here is the good wiener. Bam. Let me just resize this a little bit. To 50%. There we go. What if we kissed on a coin-operated corn dog ride? He says, don't worry about the text. This is the part that's much more exciting. Much, much more exciting. Fadegloat says, yo, I'm getting thirsty. I'm getting thirsty just looking at this thing. You're not wrong. You're right. What if we kissed on the coin-operated corn dog ride? I hope it... Actually, I'll ask you guys, what kind of motion do you think this thing does? Is it like a kind of a gradual kind of motion of the ocean? Or is it like a herky-jerky back-and-forth maneuver? Like, I wonder how this thing flows. I wonder how this thing flows and how it ebbs and flows. Hashtag dicks out for the boys. I mean, I'm never gonna... I hope anybody who, like, feels... the urge to have their penis out while they're watching me, watching our streams here, I'd be flattered if they felt comfortable doing so. I'm not gonna say you have to. I'm not gonna like say it's a thing I'm gonna like that is required for maximum enjoyment of the stream. But yeah, if you can't enjoy the stream with while something is covering your penis, then hey, don't let me get in the way. I'm not one to to cock block the homies. I'm not one to be a cock block for the homies. I want to be a cock freer for the homies. Banged in the Amazon position. Meerkat, I will be the first to admit, I don't think I know what the Amazon position is. I mean, I'm not exactly like a fucking licensed sexologist. Amazon position. Is that the one where you have to, you're being overworked and you have to pee into bottles? Because, like, you haven't had like a break in 13 hours? And you're being paid like $7 an hour? Is that the Amazon position? Because it does not sound very satisfying. Ace Roy says, I am personally offended by every person wearing pants right now. You heard it. You heard it right here. I'm not requiring you to remove your pants, but Ace is. Pay you too little and don't let you use the bathroom. Ace, we share the same brain cell, bro. That's right, we're sharing a brain. I love it, baby. I love it. Let's get this thing going. We have 3 minutes on the clock. I'm going to grab the timer. The rules are simple. I have 3 minutes to recreate this lovely image as purveyed by Mr. Meerkat and his deep channel point pockets. Them pockets go real deep. And as a reminder, I can only use the pencil tool, fill tool, and erase tool. So I got to go fast. I got to eat ass. There is no number 3. Go fast, eat ass. That's all we need. So let's go ahead and do this thing. 3 minutes on the clock. Timer should be on screen. Coming in hot in 3, 2, 1. Shazam. So let's do this guy. With the big wiener first. Let's be real. Is it really that big of a wiener? It's like, it's more girthy than it is like, you know, incredibly lengthy. And you know what? That's perfectly fine. You know, some people, you know, are more looking for a more impressive girth than they are for impressive length. So I'm not here to shame or you know, cast judgment on what people are down for, or what people are searching for. Just as long as it's with a partner that they trust, that will treat them well and respect them and adhere to their wishes. I think that's not so much to ask. So, that's the good shit, man. That's the good shit. So we got that guy. Let's get the apparatus upon which it rests as well. Let's get this little fella right here. A little bit of an oblong shape, but that's okay. You know, when it comes to wieners and hot dogs and platforms upon which a corn dog rests, an oblong shape is perfectly natural. Perfectly natural. You know, some partners even prefer, and maybe like a bit of a kind of a unique shape, or maybe a bit of a curve to it. Perfectly acceptable. All corn dogs are acceptable corn dogs. And all wieners are good wieners. It's like that one TikTok video where the girl's like, yo, you know, all these dudes are here, you know, go to these like these raves. They want to see girls flashing their tits. What's wrong about me wanting to see dudes wieners? She's like, you know, let me see some weens. Let me see some pee-pee. I think her quote was like, all pee-pee is good pee-pee. And there's like dudes around them being like, like they're like hearing her say this. They're like, excuse me, what the fuck's going on? Yeah, she's like all, oh, whoops. She's like all wieners good wiener. Whip that shit out. You know, is it so wrong? Is it so wrong for young gentlemen to, you know, to secretly, not so secretly want to see a nice lady's bits? What's so wrong about a lady wanting to see some ween in her time? You know, what's wrong with that? And yeah, their whole thing is, you know, all wiener is good wiener. You know, all corn dog is good corn dog. It's all Gucci. It's all gooch in the cooch, as they say. Got a little coin operate. Actually, here, I'm gonna erase that real quick. We're gonna go into coloring things in very shortly here. Gonna have that come up here, and then we have like a little fucking phone booth right here. Fucking coin operated miniature phone booth. For squirrels, I suppose. And there we go. Alright, so I feel pretty accomplished about this. Oh, actually, I'm wrong. There's other details here. I'm gonna snag it real quick. Grab this. Buckle kind of comes down. There's like a bunch of kind of interlocking pieces. We got like something that comes up here. I'm not gonna get all this, obviously, but we'll just try to get the main piece before I start coloring things in. As is so often the case, we've gone a little bit over on time, but that's okay. That's just okay. It's the spirit. It's the spirit of the occasion that we're going for here. So, let's do orange. Nice and beautiful. That I'm going to do like kind of an off-white. I think that's good. We'll do maybe like dark gray, I think, for this guy. And then maybe even just black for the, oh, okay, maybe not for that. There's a loose pixel. Oops. There we go. Also, it occurs to me I've missed a pixel there as well. Oh shit! You know what? It occurs to me we have to. Well, no, that's fine. I'll leave that as is. And then we'll do maybe like brown here and here and here, and so that there's like a difference in the color. the color scheme, I think I'm gonna do one of these. It's not quite accurate. It's not quite lore accurate. I think we'll do one of those. Actually, yeah, we'll actually go for that one. And then this will be like a yellow. Shazam. You know what? Now that I'm seeing this, I realize I kind of fucked this up. We've like kind of gone too deep to go back to fixed it. Is what I would say if I was a quitter, but I ain't no quitter. So yeah, we'll just do one of those and maybe do like a light gray right there. Darn it. Oh, I must have missed a pixel. Oh, well, that's fine. That's fine. This is good enough. This is good enough. I think we got there. Here, just so we feel like we got something, you know, for our efforts. Like we came out on top. We'll do one of these. So we got like the house in the background. Implying that this is, you know, a nice individual lives here. A nice giant corn dog collector lives here. Rideable corn dog collector lives here. And this is their house and like the windows. This is where they watch people that you know, put coins in the coin-operated corn dog ride. And they watch them from afar, or maybe not that far away. They watch them as they ride the corn dog, and they have thoughts in their minds that are maybe slightly unchristian. So there we go. There we go. We got there, baby. Went a little bit over on our time, but that's okay. It's all about the vibes. It's all about the vibes, and I think we did pretty all right. Let's crop those down together. Shazam, and save it off. There we are. If I'm wearing shorts, but my pee-pee big enough it sticks out anyway, does that count? Yes. Yes, it absolutely does. Big pee-pee always overrides any other rule. That's kind of how it works. I'm gonna call this coin dog. .png. Because it's a coin-operated corn dog. There was that pole vaulter at the Olympics that failed in his Olympic jump. Because of hashtag big dick problems. Where he like crests over the pole vault threshold, well, he would have rather, except like his generous bulge hits the threshold thing and like disqualifies him. And it's like, well, on the one hand, bummer that you got disqualified for that pole vault attempt at the Olympics in front of everybody. That's a shame. But at the same time, again, hashtag big dick problems, where it's like, well, he probably doesn't feel too bad about it. His enormous penis got in the way of like continuing to compete at the Olympics. So, on the one hand, you know, he lost that particular battle, but on the other hand, I think he's winning the war. So I think he's gonna be okay. I'm not too worried. All right, there we go. It is in the Discord server, by the way, in all of its beauty, in all of its splendor. If you want to see that. So MS Paint masterpiece that we just completed and any others, they're all in our Discord server. We have an MS Paint masterpieces channel in the Discord server that has all of the MS Paint challenges we've ever completed, including that one. And there's like, you probably heard me say earlier, there's like shy of 400 of those things in there. There's a bunch of them. Some of them are ridiculous and stupid. Others didn't turn out half bad, actually. We did all right with a couple of them. That one was just kind of so-so. But yeah, they're all in there. We also have, like, ridiculous... We have a couple Mad Libs that are in there. We've done a bunch of time warp scan challenges. We've done all kinds of goofy shit. There's also the giveaways we do on our Discord server every so often. So, anyway, all that and more can be found in the Discord server. It has all the MS Paint masterpieces, but also other fun things. And, of course, that socials page also has my... whatchacolumns. You know, my whatchacolumns, which is to say my social media links. So... in general, I recommend that link. That Linktree page has all kinds of cool stuff, but most pertinently, it has my MS Paint challenges if you want to see more of them. Now, I promised a good... I promised you some good PP. I promised a good clip that involves an upstanding member of society demanding to see some PP. And it's a very good clip. I'm going to see if I can find it in the next, like... 10 seconds, and you know what? I bet I can do it because it is. I remember it's in my. I think it was on the gram. Let's see. Was it channel? Was it channel 5? Was it one of their deranged shit posts? I think it was. If I don't find it in the next 10 seconds. Then I will look elsewhere. Here it is. Here it is. Fucking got that shit. All right, here we go. Here's the promised clip. I'm the Hobbit who delivers. What can I say?
Reason why I came here was to see some motherfucking wiener, some pee-pee. Who the fuck has a penis right now? Like, everybody whip it out. Any wiener is good wiener.
Any
Honestly
wiener is
based.
good wiener unless it's crooked. Unless it's crooked.
Wiener is wiener.
Yeah.
Wiener, like, you know
I'm
what?
with it.
I love coochie, and they'll fuck anybody. So why the fuck is it not pee-pee? The only
Honestly,
reason
go off,
why
Queen. Honestly, she's fucking onto something, man. All wiener is good wiener. For one thing, all wiener is good wiener. And, yeah, is it so wrong for dudes? Want to see some cooch? Want to see some boobulars? Some booty hole, maybe? Is it so wrong to want to see some wiener? Honestly, I think she's onto something. And if we're being real, pro-feminist argument right there. You know, we want equality for all. Y'all want to see some boobs and some butts, rather? Some vagines? You're gonna see some pee-pee as well. Them's the breaks. She's so real for that. Go off, Queen. Honestly, I'm down for it, man. I'm down for it. It's a beautiful thing. Oops. Back into the game here. People can be into all shapes and sizes. There is Rule 34 of Minecraft. I'm not surprised by that. I'll confess, I don't think I've ever stumbled upon it in my days, but I mean, Minecraft is very popular, and it's been around since 2007, I think. So the people that played it that were kids then are very much adults now. So you can best believe people have had some awakenings for sure. If the world ends and the apocalypse happens, I'm finding the Oscar Mayer Wienermobile and adding some balls to it and driving around as my Mad Max creation. Will it be like Mad Max, like metal, gasoline, like fireball spewing testicles? I sure hope so. I sure hope so. I failed my Olympic competition because my dick was too big. I know, right? I know. Hashtag big dick problems. He's gonna get a marketing offer from Pornhub? I sure hope so. Oh, unless you mean that literally and that's actually what happened. If so, I sure hope so. If you, it sounds like you're familiar with this incident then. Maybe he got his own medal ceremony. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. You think boobs are great? I know plenty of, people either somewhere within the definition of LGBTQIA+. I know heterosexual women who have no romantic or sexual feelings towards women who are like, yo, boobs are great, honestly. So, yeah, it makes perfect sense. The conversation was about the spoiled milk in the fridge. Hey, bro. Sorry, the milk gone bad. Also, boobs are pretty cool. He actually got it. That's actually what happened, Ace. That is awesome. That makes me very happy. Good for literally everybody involved wins. Except the Olympic ceremony, but in every other sense, everybody involved has gleaned something valuable from this. Don't you love a happy ending? Slight phrasing, but anyway, let us continue. But yes, that is delightful. Oh, bad guys. Not under my watch. This guy's going to summon a bro. Heck, I missed.
Have a bit of it.
Wrong button. Yeah, they were going to like materialize one of these dead dogs into a dead dog zombie. That's what they were trying to do before I interrupted their ass. I love happy endings. My favorite kind of massage. Yeah, you kind of picked up on that very subtle little like, I love a good happy ending. Then I was like, no, wait a second. That's not an exploitable sentence out of context, is it? Of course not. I definitely didn't give an exploitable out of context sentence earlier about my wife raw dogging me with a pumpkin loaf. I would never have a dumb moment like that happen to haunt me forever. And by haunt, I mean bless me forever. Or maybe it's blurst. Maybe that's the proper term. We got some just general resources, nothing super crazy. Oh, but they angy. They angy that I stole their shit. Oh, I don't want to summon your ass, or jump to your ass. I want to get his ass. You. There we go. That's what I wanted to see. Something's coming up behind me. Oof.
You're done.
He wants to shoot stuff ranged at me. I'll shoot stuff ranged towards him as well. There we go. Turn the sound effects down a little bit. I think I'd already done so previously, but we'll turn it down a little bit more. Sound effects, yeah, I'll turn it down to like 60. Some of those like pops and explodies, a little bit on the loud side maybe. Dope ass bread, but it gave her a tummy ache. Oh, the whole loaf. That is how it goes sometimes. Also, we unlocked a new fast travel opportunity. That's kind of cool. That explains the point of interest. Eating an entire loaf of bread will do it for sure. That will happen, unfortunately. Like, I'm not like one to judge. We've all overindulged and lived to tell the tale in some way, shape, or form. But yeah, eating an entire loaf of bread will fucking do it. That will definitely do it. Nothing else here. Let's go and see where this leads us. I don't think it'll be any surprises, but we'll take a little exploration station here.
Ready to walk through it if you are.
That is, if I have the resources to do so, but I suspect I probably do. Would be voyage traveling. I like this transition sequence a lot. It's so cool. I love that shit. And now here we are in the Nightmare Dimension. Haven't been here in a while. It's not actually called the Nightmare Dimension, but it is the Void. And we have, you know, we got like the progressive metal album cover dimension here. We need to kind of fight our way through this, but we also very much have a vested interest in seeing where it leads us. Because it could actually be, if we survive getting through here, we could very much get a nice little shortcut out of it. For convenience sake. A whole bunch of little fellas. Here's Bonnie the dog.
Get to this one.
Oh wait, how's he got the? Oh, is someone shielding him? Right. It's these guys. Hold on, we have a Bonnie the dog experience. We got Bonnie the dog. Hi, sweet girl. Yeah, she's wagging her tail. She's so happy. Look at this happy girl. Here, I'm gonna like kind of move my legs. So there we go. More of her head is visible. Look at that good girl. She just kind of came over randomly and was like, oh, I want lovies. Oh my gosh. Look at this good buddy. Look at this good girl. Look at this little sweetie. Bonnie, you have such a long torso, but such short legs. Such a long sausage torso, but such short legs. She's such a good girl. She was a very good little buddy. Earlier, we went on a, I have to choose my words carefully, an exterior excursion. An excursion to the exterior premises. She was a very good girl. She had a good time. A good buddy. She pooped like a champ. Honestly, it's kind of a bummer because whenever I do a good poo-poo, there's no one there to congratulate me and tell me I'm a good boy. But when she does it, you know, I get to scoop up her poop with a little baggie and tell her she's a good girl and give her treats at the end. No one ever gives me a treat. That's okay, though. That's okay. That's what happens when you're a good doggy, right, sweet girl? Good puppers. Good puppers. That's the thing. She's got, like, you probably know, she's got that long snoot. Boop. I want to boop that snoot. She's got that long snoot. So sometimes when I'm playing games, my hand will be right here on the mouse, and she'll, like, get her little nose underneath my wrist and just go bloop. And it's like, okay, I gotta give her attention. That's the rule. That is the rule. Your dog takes bigger shits than you do? Can I ask, how big is your dog? Because there have been a couple times where Bonnie pops a squat and it's like, damn, girl, what you been eating? I say as I'm the one feeding her. So yeah, it does happen sometimes. But like, Bonnie's like 30-something pounds. She's not like that large. She's not that large. Whereas some doggos are like near triple digits. Ouch. Ouch. To say, let me do like a parry riposte, because I know it's kind of cool when you do a parry riposte. There's like some splash damage, I think. Oh, look at that. More perfect switch. Yeah. More of that kind of thing. Let's do that. Big damage. This would have been a good opportunity to do the like the 5 perfect parries in a row, because this is a good incentive to do so. Ouch.
Have a bit of this.
An achievement for defeating enemies with parry ripostes. Ouch. 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 There we go. It's like instant kill. I forgot about that. There's like modifiers to these areas. Whoops. Damn, I'm getting fucked up. Take a little sip. A little sippy. There we go. Not a full kill, but did pretty alright. Ouch. Wasn't a perfect parry, just an imperfect one. There we go.
Yeah, bastard.
Still something shooting shit at me. Is it up here? Oh, wait, he is up there. I see him. Sneaky boy. There we go. And to buy the extra large bags. She's almost 70 pounds. That is a decent sized chonker. That is a decent sized chonker. But of course, you weigh more than 69 pounds, Meerkat. So I understand what you're getting at. It's like, how is a creature that is lighter than me, probably by a reasonable degree, able to produce so much? They're just built different. They're just built different. And also, they're eating like very meat-heavy diets, whereas we're omnivores. We eat meats and veggies. It do be that way sometimes. Our guy giggles with a successful parry riposte. Oof.
I'm here, damn
He's
it.
fucking me up. Oh god. Shit. Oh, I'm stuck on something. And that's a quick attack pattern. It's like I'm trying to get my handle on it here. This kind of forces us to get good with the parry riposte. Oh. Getting us stuck like that. Also perfect switches. I'm not sure I know what that entails exactly. Shit. I think I got lots of the drinkies. That's a regular parry. Shit. Too early. Shit. Oh, damn. That's a really hard one to time. I need to get like my hang of it here. I haven't died in a while in this game too. Going to drop a deuce in public, people might tell you. Well, there you go. Maybe that's the key. Try that again. Maybe it needs to be in front of more people. Also, if you're taking a shit on the ground, and you're seeing, the after effects. You're seeing the product of all of your hard work, as opposed to seeing in the toilet afterwards. I don't know. Maybe it's like a visual thing. Maybe it seeing one form of taking a poop looks more impressive than the other. Like taking a shit on the grass versus taking a shit in the toilet. Maybe it's like this needs to be we need a more scientific and more like consistent way to measure these two directions. They are technically omnivores. Fair point, yeah, because usually dog food is not exclusively just meat. But it seems very dense. It seems like dog food seems like there's like a denseness to it. And of course, we eat dense food all the time too. Ouch. Oh, do these guys still do melee attacks? I honestly can't remember. I'm gonna just assume that they don't. There we go, yeah. It's just a regular parry. That's too early. There we go. Oh, that's kind of nice too. I didn't even have to parry that guy, but because he was close to the danger zone, it was enough.
They've got backup.
There we we go. That counted. That felt a little bit early, but it was still worth. Ouch. Really, yeah. Maybe locking on is helpful too.
Incoming.
Is there more? There is more. Oh, there he is.
Try this on for size.
So that first one's not so bad. It's more the second one, the second challenge where parrying, for me at least, is a little bit tougher because timing is less. It's less easy to read, and maybe it's just because we haven't fought as many of those guys as often. Make sure I didn't lose anything here. We don't fight those guys as often, like the more elite purple boys. And if I do, I don't have to rely on timing the parries. I can usually just kind of dodge around them and just take them on otherwise. But now we're kind of being inclined to pick over this other non-standard means of taking them on. Yeah, perfect switch, post parry, post run. Post run and post dodge attack damage. There we go. Good damage there. Where was this earlier? Oh shit. Whenever he does that little rearing back thing. There we go.
Move yourself.
Switch over so he doesn't get me on that one. Ah, too early. Now, was that a perfect dodge? Shit. Oh, he's gotten a bunch of his health back, unfortunately. Oh, fuck, I'm losing a bunch of my health. Can I just banish his ass, by the way? Oh, it does nothing, damage-wise. There we go. Gonna hit that one, unfortunately. Oof. There we go.
Look to me.
Unfortunately, he got a lot of his health back. They heal back real quick. Oh, shit. Ah, too early. Oh, man. Damn. This is really tough. I gotta get good, bro.
Die, you bastard!
We still hit both of them. That's enough to kill. There we go. Got the big guy. That was the hardest part. And that was just regular parry. You just heal past the regular damage so easily. There we go.
Away with you!
Tough little challenge area, but I respect the fact that it's tough. Kind of forces us to use tactics that I don't really go out of my way to use normally, and definitely haven't used in a long time in this game, just because we haven't played the game in a long time. Again, all I can think when I see this kind of shit is like a, I don't know, a Haken album cover, or Haken album cover, or Lunatic Soul, or Leprous. Yeah, you know what? Leprous would be much more appropriate with this kind of aesthetic. But we have one more series of challenges. This is probably going to be the more or less the big one. Of course, we have to dispense or dispel those towers.
This isn't over yet.
Oh, we got big guys. I'm not even sure I can parry their attacks. I might have to try the perfect dodge, as we've heard so much about. Ouch. Yeah, I think when it glows like that, you probably can't parry that shit. Oh, okay, that's not good.
Must I do everything?
Thanks for saving my ass. There we go. You can parry them.
Raging Phantom. This gotta be good.
There we go. Good damage. Okay, that guy's trying to hit me with the range shots. That's enough. That's enough out of you as well. We got slapped around there. I'll do one little heal. The equivalent of an Estus heal. That's where we came from. Yeah, we climbed down. Presumably we're getting near the exit. Several challenge gauntlets, combat gauntlets like that. Yeah, I think that's the destination right there. Time for bed. Have a good night, buddy. Thank you for the delightful redemption and your delightful presence, Meerkat. Always a pleasure, buddy. Always a good time. Always a good time. Unlike whatever's going on down there. That's the nightmare zone. That's the nightmare dimension. Not a big fan of that shit. In fact, I think with the lore of being in this, like, void dimension is if you stay here for too long, you get trapped. There, that's what we want to take out. That thing right there. Nice and spooky. Got some sorrow times. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I don't know if I want to fight those guys. I think I might have to eventually.
Incoming.
Now, it's talking about how... Oh, I guess the idea is, yeah, if I do... I think I see what they're getting at. If I, like, parry riposte someone else's attack, I would do big damage to these things. So yeah, we're not doing a ton of damage to these guys, but I think they're supposed to be fairly tanky. Oh boy. Alright, this launching projectiles at me. I'm gonna just see if I can focus this thing, because I know dropping its shield is a big deal. Oof. Check that thing out. I don't know if it's despawning bad guys. I think we still have to deal with the bad guys. Is there another spire? Because he still has his shield up. Maybe I have to kill the baddies. For one thing, I can just shoot that guy in the head. Oh, no, I guess. No, I can't. I gotta land my shots. There's one up there. I see it. Thankfully, there's like, we're doing decent damage to that one by shooting it. But
Heads up!
I wonder if there's like a better way to do this. Oh, I missed. Alright, that was not a perfect dodge. Yeah, I'm trying to think what a perfect dodge might constitute. Ouch.
I'm hot.
Oh boy. Little heal. There we go. Oh my god. That's so hard to hit. They're so wimbly-bimbly. I think the range guys... Maybe there is a way to parry them. Let's just continue on the thing that may or may not be empowering them. One more shot. Ouch. Yep, he's out of there. What if I just ignore all of them and go for this guy? I think it might despawn them, maybe. Oh, one shot. One shot killed it easily peasily. It did despawn them, which is good, because yeah, that would have been pretty tough to have fought all of them exclusively with parry ripostes, but we got there. Got a Void Spirit out of it too, and also, I don't know if you saw that, but a permanent +3 to, I think, all of our stats. So it just generally helps. Let's get the fuck out of here. These places are scurry. Use my tuning fork to fork this hole real good. And where did it spit us out? It actually spit us out at the very beginning of the game, which is pretty cool. And apparently this is here. This is where well, it's not the very beginning of the game, but it's the first place you see. That's kind of cool. It's the first place you see after the prologue, basically. This is where we first wake up. That's kind of cool. I remember seeing this void traveling spot, but being unable to do anything with it, but that's kind of cool. We also got a new outfit for our fella. It is this one. Is there a way to upgrade it? Let's find out. Yes, but it takes both elite gems. That would raise it up to, so... Physical resistance, dexterity, wrath, and vitality. Physical resistance, dexterity, wrath, and vitality. So... It would be good But I'm not sure it'd be quite that good compared to what we have right now. What we have right now might be a little bit better. It does look cool. Oh, it actually looks delightful. I love the kilt. Given that he's Scottish, it's especially appropriate. Cur attire. Isn't cur a like unsavory insult to levy towards someone? Like, oh, you fucking cur. Not like it's a bad, like, oh god, you don't say that word, but like it's like an uncouth thing to be. Manifestation increases the damage of the rifle attack. I don't love that, honestly. We do the rifle shots sometimes, but only when we like need to fight something with a rifle. If they're like out of reach, and if they're out of reach, if they're like a ranged fella out of reach, that means the rifle's gonna do a lot of damage anyway. I might see if we can upgrade it eventually, but for now, it's probably not a priority. Yeah, it is an insult, but yeah, not like a... Oh, also, I'm full of shit. Because there was a... Okay, maybe not. I thought this was where we first exited the prologue. I'm full of shit. It's over here. It looks an awful lot like it. Like, if you see, like, visually how that looks, it looks an awful lot like this. Could I be forgiven for thinking that this, where we are right now, that little thumbnail right there looks an awful lot like this? So this is not where Red began his adventures. Can I actually just, like, travel back? Yes, I can't. I guess the idea is we close it behind us. I thought we could still use that as a shortcut. Anyway, there's nothing else over here, I don't think. Because once you drop down, it's not as easy to get back, obviously. Go ahead and jump on down. Because, yeah, we can't just climb that wall. Already been to that treasure chest, obviously. More baddies. Oh, right. Now, that's an interesting situation here. Because it's not really a sequence break, obviously, because we warped here legit. But you're not really expected to ever fight these guys from up here. You're only expected to fight them when you're gallivanting down that way. So as a result, we never actually, like, traverse the trigger that activates these bad guys. And this game doesn't allow you to fight or even damage bad guys until they're, like, activated. So there's this, like, weird situation here where we're, like, right in front of them, we're slapping around at them, but because the game has not registered that we're, like, able to see them, because usually the trigger to activate them is over here and not over here, it's to prevent you from, like, sniping bad guys from afar, like that guy. You can't snipe him from afar, even though the bullet is, like, going towards them. Visually, the game prevents you from, like, getting kind of like a quick, easy kill in that sense. But because of that limitation, we can't do shit against that guy. So now we have to, like, go out of our way to activate them. It's kind of silly, honestly. Kind of silly. Actually, for that matter, how do I get to them? Oh, can I drop down? Oh, I can just drop down here. And now, suddenly we're off to the races. Ain't that some shit? But this guy, that's not gonna fly. Oh. If there's anybody who's gonna be shooting things, it's gonna be me, motherfucker. Ouch. Oof. Gonna beat the shit out of me, honestly. That's a shame. We still dropped his ass, but we ran out of spirit juice. Gotta be a little bit careful and also choosy about how I choose to use my juice here. These guys are chonky and also I don't have a lot of spirit juice to go around. What if I just do one of these? Did a pretty good job, actually.
Have some of this.
There we go. Don't have a lot of the spirit juice to go around, but thankfully we've been able to kind of bank up some as we're... Oh, there's another one trying to do his shit, isn't there?
Have a bit of this.
Isn't there someone else shooting? It's you. You're the one shooting. Ouch. What the fucking beefy, goddamn. And we're, I think, a reasonable level to fight these guys, and yet they're kind of kicking the shit out of me. Oof. I missed. I don't remember what that combo is. 1, 2,
I'm right
3.
here, you know.
There we go. Get that uppercut. He's on the fucking fences now. He's on the ropes.
You bastard.
It's a tough fight. Yeah, it's just real beefy. And early on, he like took a lot of our spirit juice out, our spirit hit points, whatever it's called, ghost hit points. So we were unable to hit him with the stuff that drops his armor really quickly. And that's the thing. Red does really good damage against specters and ghosts, evil spirits and whatnot. But Antea does extra damage against zombified corpses, that kind of thing. Kind of encourages you to switch off and not just focus on one flavor of combat forever. So the good news is there is a fast travel opportunity back this way. We're kind of right in the middle between where we are right now, the next fast travel spot with the resting space, as well as the harrows that I want to go back to so I can loot the that one dude's chest. And also there's still another point of interest back this way that we never did resolve. So I do want to go back towards that at some point, especially because it's yellow, and I think that means it's like something pretty interesting. It's not main quest related, but definitely worth at some point. So it's something really good. I like that good shit. Let's I am kind of curious about going back this way, if not just because of this thing right here. Spectral webs. Oh, never mind. I don't have the required manifestation. I'm full of shit. Really, I don't have for some reason I thought I had the ability to disperse those webs. So never mind. In that case, this is kind of all a dead end. There's just nowhere else we can go then. Guess I could like kind of loop up that way, but that seems unnecessary. So in that case, I think I'll just go up this way. Continue. I think it would save us time in the long run. Let's go right to the goods, right to the harrows. A harrowing tale, but worthwhile, I think. Although I should be kind of paying attention to my surroundings and looking for things to snag and re-loot. There might be some fairly valuable things that we'll need eventually. And you know what, in all fairness, I have not looked at upgrading my gear in a while. And by in a while, I think I mean forever. I've never looking to upgrade my gear, and I really should. Well, not since February or March. Not in like 6 months. Also, I learned only recently you can actually kill these things. And it's a very worthwhile resource. I went a shocking amount of time before realizing you could kill those things. So that alone does mean some revisiting of areas is worthwhile. Also, I did make this climbable, I think. I think it was always climbable. Usually when you see a station like this, it means it's an area that can be made into a shortcut with a rope, or it was always climbable. Yeah, mongrel, right. Yeah. Yeah, just, it's not like a slur, but it's like a thing levied against someone that is unbecoming. Yeah. Surly, cowardly, yeah. Not at all a positive quality. So if he... Although it's spelled differently. K-U-R as opposed to C-U-R. Maybe that makes it less unseemly. I think we actually walked by this area, or ran by this area earlier. I think this is God's Acre. This is the Dark Woods. I'm slightly mistaken. I think God's Acre is up that way. So I think we were here earlier. We're going this way. Yep. There's that sign I was thinking of.
Could this be what's drawn on the map?
Also, I'm looking for... I don't want to really fight anything necessarily. I'm looking for any of those like little specters and those little wispies that I was kind of mentioning earlier. I think by the time we came here, we had realized you can kill those things. But not these, just the ones that are like trapped in cages. Those are the ones you can set free. Gotta be this way. That is some helpful and some cool intel. Fade, I appreciate you looking that up. Confirming my suspicions. On this way, I believe. Bloop. Yeah, we were here earlier. I appreciate the lack of loading screens, by the way. I know that these little spots right here, you know, like they didn't have to put that spot here. They could have just made that a little tunnel. But putting that there in such a way, I think is like a fairly, I think, well-disguised loading zone. I do appreciate that. I mean, you do get loading zones when you do fast traveling. I think that's fair. But they're pretty brief in the grand scheme of things. So like when games do that, when it's like, is it a maybe not the best thinly veiled loading zone? Maybe not the best, but like it's nicer than just a loading screen show up. You know, I think it's a little bit nicer. When a game is able to do that and make it fairly seamless, I think it's pretty sweet. Here we go. It was in here. It is this guy right here. What do we get for our troubles? Well, for one thing, there's the key, which we already had.
A key hidden
Got it
behind
again.
a spectral web. Why?
And we're getting the voice clip for it as well. And it even says, you have gained 0 alehouse keys, because we already used it. So that's an odd little bug. That's okay, I'm not going to judge. Game development is hard. Shit like that is easy to miss. So we got a number of really nifty herbs. I'm not sure if any of them were like super rare or hard to find. A fungus. We've definitely found a lot of the waxy caps and the green hellebores. That's not exactly new. Some silver, some sulfur. Yeah, I think a lot of those were like fairly common, but more, if nothing else, it was an item to check off on our list. Bog iron. I can't remember if that's like hard to find or rare. Use this key. We got 250 monies, which is not bad. 252 monies, not bad. Not too shabby. Got that knocked out. There is a point of interest down here. Some kind of activity. I do love me some activities. That might be a side quest that might lead to a to a hunting case, but not necessarily. I don't know what we'd need for the spectral webs. I think that's a superpower we just haven't gained yet. I think that'll be something that we learn about as we complete more quests around the mire. And I guess the mountains up here, I think is the next, like that's the next like major region. There's just so much shit to do around the Harrows and lots of like, again, key locations we've yet to see. Here's what this is down here. Kind of curious. But first, another pee break because I drank that whole gosh darn Mountain Dew Livewire and it was very good and I liked it a lot. And I'm a little bit sad you can't really find 12 packs for this anymore. The only one I found earlier was the one I found a couple days ago was at Target. And again, only the bottles, the 1 liters. Oh, this is 1 liter. 20 ounces anyway. So we'll take a quick little pee break and we'll jump back in. I'll be right back, friends. That is the wrong screen. Would have been so embarrassed you were about to see me whip out my penis. Just wrong. Just kidding. Just kidding. I would never. Anyway, I'll be right back, friends. We'll play more of this game. Okay, I am back. Feel good. Much better. Use the restroom, wash my hands, stretch my legs, cleansed my colon. No, not really. Not really. No enemas tonight, probably. Maybe tomorrow. We'll see. It is getting kind of late, so we're probably not going to go like that much later tonight. But of course, I am off this week. So if there was ever a time to get extra weird and silly, it would be this week. But, I mean, I want to be, like, somewhat productive. There's, like, stuff I want to do around the house. Chores I want to get caught up on. Errands I want to run that are harder to do during the, I'll just say, easier to do during the week, but harder to pull off during a week where I'm working, obviously. So, we'll be not too irresponsible. I'll try to curtail my irresponsibility as much as within reason, I would say. Let's go ahead and warp out of here. Actually, no, we're not warping. We're going to this little point of interest down here. This activity that's available. Yes, an activity. What could that entail? To be honest, I don't know if I remember what these activities usually entail. It's not a haunting case. It could be like an interaction that could lead to a haunting case. There really aren't side quests that I remember in this game that, yeah, aren't just like, again, just lead to a haunting case. It could, I guess, just lead to another point of interest, which would be like another miniature dungeon or like another kind of environmental challenge. Hard to say, honestly. Hard to say. So all that makes it all the more alluring. What could it possibly entail? And again, there are Antea's powers yet that we do not have still. So there's stuff of hers we don't have fully unlocked just yet. So we don't have all the pieces to the puzzle just yet. So we are generally going the right way. In fact, it's probably going to show up on my mini-map. My compass, rather. Fairly soon. We've definitely been here already. So I find it odd that there's an activity that I wouldn't have already taken on. Now, that being said, this is... Oh, this is like Dorothy's place? Is that what it was called? Oh, gosh. The old lady that had... It's not that she had gone senile. That's kind of a reductionist description of what had gone down exactly. Jesus Christ, that was a fuck ton of damage. It wasn't that she had gone senile. It's that she had, like, become so... Fuck you, man. It wasn't that she had gone senile. It's that she was so, like, distraught over how her husband had died, I think. Or no, it wasn't that she was just distraught. There was something else. What was it that made her so, like, distraught to the point of it kind of causing her to lose her mind a little bit? Oh, it turned into a big man. Hang out of there. And get you out of there as well. Yeah, it's a little bit unclear to me. This fucking guy. This fucking guy. Hey, fuck you, man.
Have a bit of this.
Fuck you, buddy.
Dodge it if you can.
He's mad. Big man. Oh god, he grabbed me. Oh, there was no opening. What the hell? I was waiting for the little hotkey thing. Maybe I just know to press it. I thought there was like a timing thing. But I just never saw the button pop up. I'm getting greedy. I'm like trying to go for the parries, even though I don't necessarily need to. I can do this.
Help. Oh.
Spectres are converging to a spot nearby. It's like they're answering some call.
So why were the bad guys converging here? I guess that's what activities can also entail. Can entail a combat challenge that might involve some light puzzle solving and investigation work. Yeah, what was it that caused the old lady that used to live here? The old widow. Was it that she killed her husband? The sea captain, right. The captain was her husband. And she'd forgotten something painful. What was it? To stop her... Wait, yeah. Wants to stop her past self killing herself. He'd been married and lived nearby. Couldn't remember her husband. Seems to have forgotten something painful. Prevent her own suicide. Yeah, I just don't understand why. I don't remember why she wanted to kill herself, though. Something that, like, caused her to be so distraught. And when she remembered what made her distraught, it, like, led her to, like, to ruin. Yeah, this isn't... it'd be nice to have, like, a little bit more intel. Wants to stop her past self. Oh, that's the key right there, Deborah. That was... Right, that was, like, the first person to be executed under, like, suspicion of witchcraft in this village. And Hepzibah was the one who, like, initiated that finger pointing, and she regretted it deeply. That's what it was. And, like, she regretted it so much. So her husband thing, yeah, she wasn't, I mean, she was sad about her husband being dead. But I think his ghost was, like, trying to, like, bring awareness to the situation. Like, he was trying, yeah, I think that's what it was. So ultimately, yeah, she had, like, kind of chosen, or not chosen, but she was, like, traumatized out of remembering what had gone down. And as she was, like, starting to remember it, it brought her to ruin. That's what it was. So the question then of something else being around here, let's go back to where she died. Could that possibly be the answer? And she died. Yes, she died from her wounds. How did she die? Technically, we're the ones that executed her. Technically, we might have kind of slightly killed her, but at the same time, we have our own ulterior motives here as we're trying to resurrect our dead girlfriend. See, now I'm trying to get those parries off. We have our own ulterior motives, and also she was, like, beckoning us. Like, she was like, listen, I'm, like, caught in this cycle of guilt. She's like, I'm caught in a cycle of guilt, and it's like ruining me. I need you to, like, put me out of my misery. So it's kind of a mercy killing in a way as well. But yeah, it was that cycle, because it was almost like because it was like the ghost of herself was haunting her. Hence why in the thumbnail you see, like, the two kind of sides of her. There's the ghost self and the living self. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that one was, like, an interesting one and a sad one too. But it was unique, the idea of, like, someone's own spirit haunting them while they're living. Because, like, the spirit knows where things are going. It's fairly high level. Switch back. Oh, shit. I keep trying to do that really cool uppercut move I like so much.
Think you could take on
go.
a ghost?
Got a few of them. Still where that came from. Is that it? Alright, so, sure enough, this is the source of the activity that we're following here.
I sail towards my end. Land ho, and God bless you, Red McRae.
Yeah, because she had asked us to put her to rest. Oh, it's her husband. That's what it was. It's the spirit of her husband.
Let's hope Hepzibah's die has appeased Richard's wrath.
I can't hear the spectral whistle anymore. Looks like we prevented a scourge.
So I guess the idea of, yeah, killing off those ghosts prevented a scourge from spawning. So that was the activity then. So we'd placed a stone there, which... I guess maybe that's, like, some kind of significance of, like, completing a gravesite or something. I know some religions do that, like placing a pebble or a stone at a gravesite, at a gravestone when you visit them. But anyway, did that conclude that activity? I guess it does, or it did rather. I don't know if we really got anything from it other than just, you know, we got to fight some shit. But I guess that does it kind of imply that, yeah, there was maybe some unresolved business with the death of her husband. Because that was a key part to her story that I remember was almost maybe a little bit misleading. Given that, like, she had previously been married but was denying it and claimed to have forgotten it, but was, like, actively trying not to remember it. And I think it's because she knew that her husband would be, like, ashamed of her for accusing that innocent woman of being a witch and leading her to execution. So I think that's what it was. Like, she was like trying to remove parts of herself from her past or otherwise because, you know, fear of what they would, how they would or would not approve of how things went down. I'm thinking more about the stuff that was up here. There was like a really cool little area over there I kind of want to knock out at some point. Of course, there is a thing to bring us there anyway. Just because it's getting late and I don't want to initiate a haunting case by this point. I want to like have that be a fresh thing. There's some stuff up here to knock out, another activity that is probably related to one of the previous quests we knocked out. So what I might do is maybe hop back to the Harrows, maybe warp to either up there. I might just go up here because this is fairly self-contained. That one's done. That one's done. We'll probably like do this collection of areas and activities next time. Some stuff up here to do. A few odd things there. There's really not. Well, it looks like okay. There is one more up here, and a decent bit up here, and a decent bit up here. So I don't know if we'll be able to like get caught up on all of the side quest activities before we go on to the next main quest action. It'd be nice. It'd be nice to like kind of get caught up on all these kind of ancillary tasks before jumping to the next big one. For this week, that is. But yeah, I would say let's warp. Well, I don't have a ton of warping options. Let's fast travel to here at least. And from there we can kind of skip up top. So the nearest fireplace would be back at the Harrows. Resting station, rather. Be back at the Harrows. And I don't think we can actually climb that fella. Yeah, I can't actually climb that shit. That's okay. It is nice getting back into this game. This is... It's one of those games where it's... I find that I like am easily drawn in to... Oh, let me complete this side quest. Let me complete this task. Especially because they're listed out for us on the map. It's really convenient. And it's cool revisiting areas and picking up things we left off and resolving those instances where it's like, oh shit, I don't have the ability to open this chest or get past this puzzle. But now we do, and then coming back later and seeing what's changed and what has stayed the same. I like that kind of thing. But also, it does draw out the game quite a bit. You know, we probably would have beaten this game by now with the hours we put into it had I just mainlined the main quest and said fuck the other things. Surely by now we've like gotten enough of some of these more common resources. But I don't know, I also like really savoring a game like this and I don't play a lot of this kind of thing. This game is an interesting combination of action RPGs, yes, and some very light Souls-like aspects as well. But also like in this kind of map pseudo kind of an open world RPG and this kind of like list of things to do and things to interact with. It reminds me a little bit of Assassin's Creed and other of those kinds of sort of open world games. Open world maybe isn't the right term, but yeah, I don't play a lot of games like that, so it's kind of a nice time to scratch those itches. Those itches that I didn't know that I had. Just go in the main door, right? Yeah. I was also noting how I haven't tried to level up my stuff in a while. Also, I haven't leveled up my skills in a while either. We did gain a ghost skill point. We have 2 of Red's skill points as well. So for one thing, that'd be an easy one. Damage taken is reduced by 5% for each manifestation and cooldown. I don't really spam manifestations all that much. Damage dealt, but damage taken is increased. That's a bit of a trade-off I don't know if I love. Hearing reduces the next damage taken. Weak spot hits. Damage to the rifle increased by 50, but body shots goes down. That's actually tempting, because I do like to go for those headshots if I can help it. But I don't love... I mean, this one's okay. This one's an unfortunate trade-off. What about over here? Spirit points gained, but health points gained. Yeah, those trade-offs are kind of tough to go for, honestly. Taken reduced. All enemy is affected by ensnare. But it lasts longer. Oh, wait, no, and it lasts longer. I don't really use ensnare all that much. I think back here I could go for that I have not previously gone for. Leap damage is increased against full health enemies. I do like that leap damage or leap thingy a lot. Mistaken is increased to kind of a glass cannon. Are there any others I could go back for that I haven't previously gone in on? See, I realize like we're being locked out of abilities here. More decoction. That's really nice. Ah, man, that sounds really nice, honestly. Oh, there's the perfect switch we learned about. Right after a second heavy attack to trigger a punch attack that ignores resistance. So 2 heavy attacks. I don't really lead with heavy attacks all that often, so that's probably not the bestest. But that's really nice. Useful remain sounds really good. Whereas these aren't... I mean, that's pretty cool. I like that one. But I think this one is better for, like, longevity reasons. Longevity raisins. So, I don't love this one. The trade-off is unfortunate. And this one won't really benefit me necessarily, but this is so useful, it's worth it. And then... I guess I might as well, like, snag one of these anyway. Health gains reduced. I'm not a big fan of that one. And again, I don't do the post-parry attacks. That would have been helpful in the dungeon earlier. I'll go and snag that for now. So we got that. Oops, wrong button. And then... inventory. Can I level up anything? This might be max level. I'm full of shit. We need nest silt. We have none of those. I'm gonna continue wearing this, but can we at least upgrade this? We need... fur, and I have 1 fur. I think that's a resource we'll find in the next zone. I want to spend the elite gems on this just because I'm not sure it's going to be worth it, honestly. Especially given that it does not have a strength increase, and strength means physical damage. But this guy. This one is the same. Oh, we don't even have a lot of the sulfurs, so never mind. This one... I mean, am I going to use this very often or even have it be necessary? I'll go and do the upgrade. It's because we have plenty of those resources. But yeah, I mean, this is specifically for shooting, and there's very rarely am I like focused exclusively on gunnery. And yeah, the Scourge accretions, yeah, this one, same kind of thing. This one's not quite as exciting. This is, I think, the standard loadout anyway. Yeah. Takes 2 of those anyway. Yeah, we don't have a lot of the Scourge accretions. I'm not quite as excited. Go for that one. This one is... let's just see, actually, I can't do the upgrade yet. But we're pretty close, honestly. Pretty close to the upgrade for this one. Got the soul shards. Sure. Go for the upgrade. Don't have that one, though. We can even look. Vitality goes up a bit. Health goes up a bit. Dexterity goes down, though. I mean, the strength stays the same. Dexterity, though, does sound nice. Makes the next rifle shot crazy powerful. Restores a little bit of health. Is good. I think we have other things that restore health, though. Yeah. I think I'm okay with that. What about this guy? Scourge accretions once again. We'd be able to get it leveled up pretty high. We'd be able to get it leveled up to this point, but only for a melee damage of 18. It would be equal to this guy anyway. Sorry to get that excited about it. Scourge accretions are such a rare resource. This one actually would get pretty good, but I would still be short of his Scourge accretion. This one gets quite good. So that's one to look at. One to look for, rather. Elite gems. Yeah, those are pretty expensive. Nest sill. I think we found one of those ever. Yeah, this one's not very impressive. It's one of the starting weapon upgrades. We do have a void splinter. Yeah, I mean, the vitality is good. And the spirit health is good. I'm just not impressed. We would do so much less damage, and that'd be upsetting. This is max level. We can't level that up more. We need more of the winter greens for the next upgrade. And the big one with this one is health recovery. So if you have an like unimpressive health recovery, then it's not even really worth looking at them. Like this one, it gets pretty good at max level, but we need those nest silts. So I mean, I can like look. Need more magnetite, and of course a billion more scourge accretions. Not secretions, accretions. At even max level, it really can't hold a candle. I mean, there's other nice benefits, but health recovery is what... There's really not much reason to have a health recovery item if not for the health recovery status. But I mean, sure, having other nice benefits is nifty. I guess you could think of it as like less of a health restoration, more of like a temporary buff if you're using it that way, but I don't know, man. In games like this, a health upgrade or a health restoration is health restoration. It's real simple. Whoops. Yeah, really none of these... We've really done a pretty good job, previously at least, in maintaining these things and leveling them up with this an easy level. There's really nothing that I've gained recently that wasn't an abundance of the goods. Yeah, like so many of these, the nest silt and the void splinters, I suppose, and the scourge accretions, and some of these other kind of ancillary resources that we haven't really found in a while, or we haven't found yet because we haven't been to like the main place that houses them. That's kind of the limiting factor right now. That's the bottleneck. This is usually how it goes in cases like this. So, yeah. Now, this one is significant. Although, wait, I thought that was for... I thought that was... Oh, crap, wrong button. I thought actually was for red. Banishers, but it is not. It's for her. Oh, it's just a ring in general. Okay. Guess I haven't found a lot of those ethereal bone fragments. More specifically in Mount Pleasant. Yeah, we haven't been there really at all yet. So Mount Pleasant will presumably enable a lot of upgrades once we start exploring that area. All right, so yeah, really not a whole lot there. We'll go and rest. We can get our healing restored. Like how, as the camera is kind of revolving around us while we're sleeping, I like how the compass updates accordingly. Nice little detail. Alright, time to fast travel. And I think it's gonna be... was it the abandoned farm? I was actually... Oh, here we go, here we go. It does show if you zoom in. Well, it doesn't show everything. Here we go, is up here. Not the most convenient. There's probably like a rest stop somewhere up there. It's not the most convenientest. Wait, there's an activity here. What the fuck? When did that appear? Maybe it appeared when we rested. That does sometimes cause things to I mean, obviously it refreshes our character, but it also causes time to pass. Maybe there's something specifically with the haunting we resolved earlier that is now available to us. Back to the baker's house. Wait, was that what it was? It was... That doesn't make sense. Yeah, there's an activity happening around us generally. Yeah, the baker's house was here. So if there was ever to be a new activity, it would be right inside of here. Or somewhere nearby. Maybe in the backyard. Yeah, maybe it's usually a combat challenge. A little more. And yet... And yet nothing jumps out at me. And honestly, I think we're kind of far off. Oh wait, what if it's under the well? This has gotten me in the past where I'm looking for something and I swear I'm there, and then I check the map and I go, oh right, there's like this underground area as well. It doesn't say that though. Yeah, there's no indication to say if it's... Here, let's do the little highlight thing. Just make sure I'm not losing my shit here. That was in my mind. So it's like we're right over it. I mean, is it this thing? It's courage to the abominations. The fish lines are not good. Right. We know about
Here
that.
could use a hand.
Oh, that is it.
Offer
Okay.
mine.
You could.
I thought we'd already read this. Maybe we had, but there wasn't like a quest for it. Yeah. Don't go to the beaches because the abominations. Fish lines we place there can't be used. So maybe, right, okay, I see what they're saying. They're saying, okay, there's a food shortage. They can't fish around the beach. So we should go there and cleanse whatever evil has taken up host there. Down to the beaches. Which, I mean, we're good at fighting shit. Ghostly and otherwise.
So they really intend to leave.
I wonder where the tide will take them.
Just referring to the boats that I guess are down there, but I can't really see all that well. Yeah, I guess as long as we get to the beach, doesn't really matter how we get there. There's a bit of a roundabout way, but I think this works just the same. And we've definitely been down here before. This was a whole part of the main quest, actually. We pretty much resolved all the main stuff for sure. But this one side quest has only, I guess, just recently appeared. It's still odd to me that it only just now appeared, but... I guess in all fairness, we haven't, like, done a ton of resting in this game, because there's a lot of convenient ways to restore your healing. So we don't really have to rest all that often. In a case like this, it makes plenty of sense. So I'm guessing it's probably over this way. These are probably the fishing lines they were referring to. Notice that skull from a distance. It looked like it was sitting above the lantern. It was guarding it. I had to guess. Okay, maybe there's nothing down there. I just see this little, just see like that little cavern area, and I think maybe that's something significant, but maybe not. There's something blue down that way, something fancy.
Spectres at the beach. Hell in the Harrows.
This isn't over yet.
One down. That's such good damage. This is like a spicy ghost. Oh, it turns into a big man. Can't say I'm surprised.
There's more of them.
Oh, right, he has multiple attacks when he charges like that.
Get out of there.
Oh, shit. Oh, right, this thing. Oh, he grabbed me. There we go. Got there that time.
Reinforcements.
This thing's doing the slurps.
Bastard.
What's that that combo I used to use all the time? Is it 3 hits and then switch? It's not that. It's not 2. Oof. I went to try for the parry. I think parrying is just not a good idea sometimes. I think like certain attacks just are not parryable.
I see no more spectres. Folk may fish once more.
Well, we're
A lot of
here.
experience for that fight.
Let's retrieve what we can.
1, 2, 3. There we go. Yeah, that's definitely the input. Maybe, yeah, and maybe I just wasn't getting the timing down, but it seemed like that was what I was trying. 3 attacks followed by the switch, because I like that uppercut. It knocks them on their ass. When you hit the bad guys with it, knocks them down and makes them very vulnerable for follow-up attacks. One of my favorites, but it's having a really hard time getting the timing down. When things are popping, you know, when there's lots of action around. It's performance anxiety, man. When like it's time to go, when it's time to make this happen. Hard to rise to the occasion sometimes. Happens to the best of us. So I think that pretty much is it. I feel like I've probably been here already. Yeah, I've definitely been here, as evident by the open chest. However, not been that guy before. Was it previously locked? Maybe it wasn't visible previously. For whatever reason, it's here now. And I get my troubles. Some more witch stones. Cool. So we helped. We helped with the whole food shortage thing by killing the bad guys. But by the time we're done with this game, there will be nobody left to eat the fishes because we're executing everybody who has done something wrong. And let's be real, that's pretty much everybody in this game. Everyone has done something, like, unspeakable to somebody or someone. Or someones, even. No one's innocent. Everyone's a dirty sinner in this game. That's just how it is. And we are here to cast judgment on anybody and everybody. Here's where this leads. I've probably been here in a past life. Question is, will I recognize it? Oh, I think this leads to the underground Harrow areas. Oh, I remember this area. Yeah. That's where we did the big boss battle against the spirits of judgment. Where we learned that, yeah, about the whole witchcraft accusation against Deborah. And like just the energy that came from that false accusation. There's like a word for that kind of ghost spirit in this game. Can't remember what they called it, but yeah, it was some big cherry thing. Also, there was like a very brief moment where everything was purple. I think there was like a little bit of a loading zone that we got to see for just a brief moment there. That's okay. I don't mind. I don't mind a little peek behind the Iron Curtain. Or Iron Curtain? No. A peek behind the mysterious red curtain. Iron Curtain. That's what they called the situation with the Soviet Union, the Cold War, I think. Iron Curtain. Get my curtains mixed up. Alright, so we'll go back to the fireplace then. Rest station. I guess this is the easiest way to do so. So I do still think I want to fast travel that spot up north that had a point of interest, like a fancy yellow point of interest, and a couple of other things that I never did get around to fully resolving. Goes on to you. There we go. That point of interest been knocked, or that activity. Yeah, it seems like the activities are more often than not focused more on combat, which is fine. Got some nifty resources out of it though, which is good. So I think it was this one here. So let's go up to, I guess, this guy. It's the closest we got. It's a cool little loading zone. Or loading picture, that is. So we... Actually, I wonder if we have the ability to open this. If it's somewhat nearby. I mean, it's not too far out of our way. I'd be curious to see if we could crack this open. I think what we'll probably do is we'll resolve this stuff up here. Might hit these two areas up, just because they're pretty close by. And I think next time we'll resolve the stuff around here. And around here. And that guy there. And then probably move on to the stuff in the Dark Woods. Because there's not a ton in the Dark Woods, just a few little smatterings. Then off to the Mire Marshes. But yeah, first and foremost, this thing. Going this way. It's on the map. I'm trying to remember if they would even say if you don't have the ability to unlock it. Because right now with... What? What? Where? You. Now, those aren't even spirits. Those are just wildlife. Those are just wolves. No, no specters or anything there. But anyway, yeah. Since, like those webbed, those spectral webs, we do not have the ability to disperse those. And the game straight up tells us that we don't have the ability to disperse them. So I'm thinking that the game would probably say, yeah, you can't open this chest. Probably. On the other side of here. Ooh, that is a bit out of the way. Let's fuck it. We've come this far. It's gonna be on the other side, up top, I think. The Gibbs chest. What's the name of the brothers? Last name of the brothers in the Bee Gees? Barry Gibbs. Maybe if we listen closely. Hear some Bee Gees bangers. The Gibbs Reserves, which we already have. Again, I guess I think there's like a slight bug where those little, yep, yep, where those little chests repopulate. Now, granted, this is my first time playing this game in many months, like several months, and I think, and actually, no, I don't think I'm positive there have been several patches. As the game did have a couple of issues, a couple of like bugs. I don't know if maybe it crashed on us once. It crashed on us once when we were playing back in February and March. So they've definitely patched it a number of times with some really nice quality of life fixes. No major content updates necessarily, but yeah, they've definitely shored a couple things up. So that's the risk you run when you're patching a game where there's already people that have played the game a bunch. You want to make sure you're not breaking existing saves. And obviously, it's not broken, but like, there might be just little vestigial effects like that where like a patch to like fix some kind of behavior with, I don't know, keys in those chests accidentally kind of makes it so that we can re-loot them but get nothing from it. It's probably right here. Can I open it? I sure can. And our reward is True Love Knot. Take a look. So we have right now, so it makes our strength go down a bit. Wisdom goes up a bit. What's wisdom do? More Antea damage. So, okay, so red gets a little bit weaker. Antea gets a little bit more powerful, basically. Damage up by Antea goes up. Red damage taken by red. That's a little rough. Upgrade. We could upgrade it more. I don't know. Banish damage goes up quite a bit, which is cool. I don't think it's worth it. If I was fighting something that, like, I really needed Antea to do a shit ton of damage, maybe I could see it, but otherwise, I think we'll go without. I think we will go without. So let's get back to where we came from. We resolved that from our map, which is nice. We got Otter in the house. What's up, Otter? That's right, because, I'll show you, because we got an outfit for Red earlier called Cur attire, and I was like, isn't that like an uncouth thing to call somebody? And not just that, but it is a very traditional kilt-esque Scottish garb, which is pretty cool. But right now we're using this one just because I like the stats in this one a little bit more. And I was like, yeah, isn't that like a bad thing? You don't want to be like being a cur is not a dignified expression, right? Yeah, we were delving into the definition. Yeah, it's not a compliment, yeah. But that's the thing, because it's spelled differently. K versus C. Yeah, Celtic. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, maybe not Scottish specifically, but yeah, it's very... something Celt-esque. of the Celts, if you will. It's good to see you, though, Otter. I know you said just waking up. It is early for you, and also quite late for me, which means we will be wrapping up in a bit. Certainly in a bit, just because it is getting up there. I think if we just keep going this way, we take a left. It's gotten late. Now, I'm allowed to be a little bit degen tonight because I have off work this week. Not for any one major reason. I'm off work because I am just getting close to maxing out my PTO, so I'm just... You know how it is, right? Your PTO is nearing the maximum amount you can bank before it tops out, so you gotta use it or lose it. Might as well burn that shit. So I'm burning some shit this week. So we be burning it and playing some video games and having a good old time. But yeah, unfortunately, I need to maintain some semblance of normalcy. I can't just be a complete degenerate. I have to be like only a partial degenerate, so I'm not going to be staying up till 5 a.m. tonight playing video games, much as I would like to, in all fairness. It's not, the thought had not crossed my mind. The French and barking dog. That sounds about right, honestly. Based on a little tidbit of the oh right, this guy he's trying to get some ghost juice. So I'll hit him with some ghost juice of my own. Heck, that was too late.
I used to cut
Enough. That was enough.
On one hand.
Yeah, given like, yeah, what was described about the phrase and its origins, talking shit on the French and or dogs, being analogous to like mongrels makes the most sense. Let's see. There's a point of interest. I'm interested in a point. Back this way. Is it in here? Yes, it's in here. What could it possibly be? That guy was an angry drunk guy? Why they let him lead the country? Which dude? A leader of one of these countries? Either Scotland or France or one of those? Ooh, it's one of those. Do I have what it takes to unlock that thing? Let's find out. Let's find out together. Guess I've never been here before. John MacDonald, first Prime Minister of Canada. Interesting, okay. Was there like some news story about him recently? I'm just wondering like what was like familiar that brought it to mind. Unless that's like a good a good use of the word cur. Like if he's a good example of someone against which the term should be levied. I have the ability to open this thing. You need specific
Careful.
resources.
A dark will is upon that thing.
What about a dark won't? Hated indigenous? Ooh, no good. No bueno. Get that shit out of there. I need 3 of the shepherds, so we don't have the right resources for it. But now we know. Will it show up on my map at least? It do. And it even tells us what we need for it. Very enthusiastic. Ooh, don't like that. Oh, he called your... Oh, gotcha. That was one of his favorites. The sling around. Gross. Gross and not fun. And not good. And in a weird way, not terribly surprising. Because that is sometimes how that shit goes, honestly. It do be that way sometimes. Sounds like it was a while ago, but still pretty fucked up. And pretty not good. I concur. Look at us. Utilizing words that are, like, adjacent to that term, but taking on a new ownership of it. Look at that. Turning that shit on its head. That's what's up. Also, I found one of the 3 things. It'd be awfully convenient if they were just scattered about here. Awfully weird that they were only now seeing them. I guess that's the idea. Maybe the cursed objects can only appear after you've found where they want to go. Maybe them's the breaks. Yeah, it was a couple years ago. But who's counting? Is that number 2? No, it is not number 2. The nice thing about those little relics, those little totems, is that they're super, super obvious from afar. When you see that purple
Oh,
glow,
there.
it's like, oh, that's a good shit.
Anyone home? Mary Claire, I saw your sister's grave. I wanted to pay my condolences.
And silence is your answer.
Let's try to find something useful outside of the house then.
I'm thinking that must be tied to a quest we've probably already done.
Let me alone now.
Is she in there? Hold on. I'm curious. That map. Haunting cases. Mary Claire is the name. I'm looking like... Not Marcy. Is this technically the Dark Woods? I think this is a side quest we don't have yet. Or it's an NPC I've just forgotten about. That's also possible. Yeah. Yeah, it's possible it's an NPC I've just forgotten about. That is extremely likely. Guess while I'm here, I'll look to see if there's any haunting shenanigans. Anything that I can source. Oh yeah, there is a haunting of some sort. But it's just past the door and it's small. That's an odd thing to say, yeah. So we can't do this yet. We need to come back with other stuff then. This is like an Assassin's Creed game. It's funny you mention that because I was thinking earlier that the like rhythm we follow with having a map like this of tasks to knock out, some main, some ancillary. Having a map like that and having a main quest but a bunch of side tasks and combat challenges and environmental challenges and puzzles. It kind of feels like an open world-y kind of Assassin's Creed-esque style game. This game is a action RPG with kind of a pretty heavy story focus about solving like murder cases and finding out who done it. Because we're basically a Ghostbuster. We're like the late 1600s version of Ghostbusters. So pre-Revolutionary War Ghostbusters, trying to solve haunting cases around New England, basically, as the colonies are being founded, and things are happening or being done to and by fucked up people. A lot of people doing not good things to each other. It's some of them are innocent, a lot of them are not. Everyone's doing some fucked up shit. It's a pretty cool game, and it came out early this year. It is a very good game. Oh, I never got this earlier. It's a very good game, and I like it a bunch. Actually played it quite a bit when it first came out, but never did finish it. It is one of many games I like to come back and knock that shit out. It's Shepherd number 2. And also... was a ghost thing. Our hand glinted in the moonlight, and by moonlight I mean broad daylight. I think it was just telling us about the witch's words inscribed on the walls. I don't think there's anything of substance. Oh, except there's fellers. I shoot that. Oh, I can't shoot it right now. Okay, never mind.
I think I used to count my wolf kills on one hand.
That uppercut, love that uppercut move. Love that shit. We don't really fight just plain old wolves in this game much nowadays. Kind of gone past that point and have gone more into... There we go. Gone more into, you know, zombies and ghosts and shit like that. Not as much desperate wildlife. Bad stuff happening in colonies? I know, right? I know. Perish the thought. Yeah, and this is like also around the time of like witchcraft trials and shit like that. So there's also like innocent people being accused of fuckery and being burned at the stake for it. Yeah, lots of that kind of stuff. And us trying to detangle those messes and accuse those who've you know, wronged others and acting accordingly. So much of it involves since they're called Banishers, we're these like Ghostbuster characters who are extremely knowledgeable when it comes to like sensing, like knowing the symptoms of a haunting and knowing how to suss it out And so much of the time, it's somebody feeling scorned. You know, somebody feeling upsetty spaghetti. All right, we've already looked here, I think.
Just go.
Yeah, Mary Claire is still in there, I guess. Somebody being upsetty spaghetti, you know, being wronged in some way. A ghost, that is, feeling wronged in some way involving, like, the way that they died. And it's, like, keeping their spirit from... It's preventing them from rusting. That whole deal. Anywho, yes, there's one more totem around here. I wonder where it is. Usually fairly close to the cursed chest that wrought it. I could see it being around here. I think the first one was up here. The second one was around here. I could see the third one being generally around this like kind of vicinity. Keep looking, but I don't have to find them all tonight, obviously. It's getting pretty late. Shit is fascinating. Yeah, I think I know a lot of people do this. I kind of went into a bit of a rabbit hole not too long ago, reading a bunch of stuff about the Salem witch trials, and there was what was the famous guy who his last words were "more weight," because he was accused of witchcraft, and like everybody loved him. I think he was like the talent priest.
The treasure should be near.
Like everybody loved him. Like it was like generally agreed upon that it was bullshit that he was accused and of being a witch or practicing witchcraft, that kind of thing. It just didn't make any sense. But you know, the fervor with the witch trials still, you know, brought some bullshit, obviously.
Where is it?
And they were like, listen, if you plead guilty, we'll, you know, we promise, bro, we promise we'll go easy on you. He was like, no, I'm not a witch, fuck you. And so he was sentenced to death by pressing, just to say, just putting more and more weight on his chest until, you know, your lungs collapse. And at no point did he like falter or like cry out in pain or beg for mercy. All they would say, like, they would say, what do you say, are you guilty, are you witch? He'd be like, fuck you, more weight. And they're like, all right. And eventually, yeah, he fucking died, obviously. And years later, of course, they realized, like, oh yeah, that guy, yeah, that was an innocent man. They killed an innocent man, and that's fucked up. And his tombstone kind of like notes that fact that, yeah, like, you know, here lies, I can't remember his name, but oh, he was unjustly executed, and you know, it's like a reminder of why it's important to exercise caution when you're accusing something wildly like that, something that could lead to someone's death. Spelled it with a K sometimes, yeah. It wouldn't surprise me if there was like regional spellings. That's how it goes sometimes. I was onto something. There would be something cool in them areas. I keep winding back to this house. That is, I'm assuming it's the same house. Oh no, this is where we warped in on. Hence the little spirit thingy. This is where we fast traveled. Looking for little perp guys, little purple fellers. That last one is like we're all over the place. Just these little areas down here. It could mean mountain or heron. Interesting. So it is not just a regional spelling. It could have actual different meanings. There you go. Words having wildly differing meanings based on spelling or regional dialects. Shit is wild. But not that wild. I'm gonna, before I jump down here. Oh. Did that have the goods? Probably not. These rarely have anything fancy. In fact, it has, I was gonna say, is it nothing? Nah, just some basic stuff. It'd be really cool if there was something really neat down here, but I'm not gonna get my hopes up. I'm up there. I will, you know what? Yeah, I will jump up there real quick. Find that last totem. Then I'll feel pleased. Then I will feel complete. Of course, we've been here before, obviously. In fact, I think this was involved with the haunting of Hugh and Marcy. So it Yeah, I mean, we could explore the length of this place, but I do not think it would bring anything new. Just go back. That's okay. I was hoping to find that last totem. These things can be really well hidden. I do feel like we've maybe gone a little bit outside the realm of... outside, like, the proximity of where these kinds of things would be placed. That doesn't sound right. I feel like we're kind of far away now. Yeah, because the curse chest is here. I don't know, I was kind of thinking, like, this general vicinity was a maybe. These things are really, really sneakily well hidden, unfortunately. I'm gonna feel like a doofus if the third one is just, like... I don't know, just... on the other side of this little platform here, like, just hiding in plain sight. That's okay. We'll stumble upon it eventually, I'm sure.
Something has me. Wards.
There's wards somewhere.
I can't help you.
That's a little suspicious. Seems like it's kind of out in the open. Usually the wards are pretty well hidden. Oh, is it up here? That is sneaky. So with that... oh, okay. That's kind of nice. That's a sneaky one. We get... okay, just a couple nice things. A couple just general resources. I was thinking like, ooh, is this something? No, did I stumble upon something cool? Eh, it was just fine. Unless there was something else, but usually... yeah, usually it's just a single hidden spot. They wouldn't put multiple in most cases, I don't think. Okay. So, anywho, we still got to explore a bit and sniff around and make some new friends. And may or may not involve ourselves in a mild little execution situation. Nothing unpleasant or uncouth. And this is not the same house, just so I'm clear. It is not the same house, but I can't even go in. I can't even knock. I saw that telltale purple hue. I was like, no way. No way, it's just right there. No, it's not. But that would be very funny if it was. It's weird, because we've definitely explored this area previously, so it's odd that those things don't... oh my god, it's down here. Wow. Because, yeah, we came from this direction, so... well, actually, did we? Because there's resources here. We found it. I was thinking we've been here, right? Oh, I mean, we have in the past. Yeah, there's the third totem. And a bit of lore, a bit of background lore. The dearth. It says it's the bad dreams, but I'm not so sure anymore. When all the says look the same? When all the says look the same. Not sure what that means. So the curse, right, the blight that has befallen the land. Harvest insufficient. Find alternatives to keep on brewing ale for the community. As long as the taste was alright, nobody complained. Maybe this was a ledger written by the alewife. Alcohol, the one that poisoned herself by accident. Alcohol is a good way to forgive the hunger for the moment. More cattle, no more game. Trappers Jacob and Benedict struggle the whole year finding pelts and meat. Children are already gone. It is Lucy, sure enough. After Caleb lost his family to fire, there was no grain left and the mill ceased to turn. Roots and berries, yeah. Started to be a good meal. Animals were already dying in the woods for the cold and the sickness. So, you know, kind of unexpected to see. I mean, this is not where she died, obviously, but curious to see kind of a random journal of hers out here. Now we have the goods. And sure enough, it was not that far from where the chest is. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that is where she died, but it's really far, like really far away from her base, her home, her base of operations. So it just doesn't really make sense, since she was so studious and dedicated to her work, as we saw in her haunting case. But now we have the goods. It is unbounding, yes.
You are sent
Did I do
back.
good? What's my prize? I hope it's a unicorn. I hope it's a pony like I've always dreamed. Survey says... New gun. Although we have a pretty good gun already. Safeguard. So, rifle damage, willpower, and vitality. We could upgrade it. No, I can't. I need copper to upgrade it. What this guy? I think I've already looked at upgrading pretty much everything, and none of the other ones are really worth it. This one eventually gets pretty cool, but we need more elite gems to make it good. So this one eventually gets pretty good. Reduces the damage taken. I like that a lot, actually. Hitting a weak spot with a rifle reduces damage taken by 90%. The next damage taken, that is. That's pretty cool, actually. That's pretty cool. Even if I were to upgrade it now, which I can't, again, we don't have the copper for it. It would tie damage-wise, at least, with this thing. Actually, no, it would slightly win. Slightly. Pretty good. Vitality goes down a little bit. Actually, not too much, though, with an upgrade. So with one more upgrade, that's actually a pretty good shotgun. Pretty darn good. Just got that knocked out, which is nice. Right. It was good. It was good to be taking care of business. Taking care of business. Let's head up to the spot, the location of interest that we sort of partly explored earlier, but got I like to think not distracted, so to speak, but had other things to attend to that were more pressing. Kind of brought us away. I think we'll knock out that place of interest next time. So we're gonna kind of queue up, be ready for it. I think it's this way. Oh shit, this is a dead end. Right, I should have known. I should have realized. Because we were here earlier, that's where we fought the wolves and looted the chest. So, kind of have to drop down and go a bit around. It's a little bit out of the way. Yes, thank you, Shannon. I know you really want to rub your face all over my arm. Make it very itchy, thank you. Very nice of you. You know, I love getting my arms really itchy. It's really nice of you, Shayna. She's just looking out for me. She knows what I secretly want. She says, yo, Alex. You know how you're allergic to cats? And specifically, like, the glands that they have, like, around their faces? Like, what if I just rub my face all over your arm, made it really nice and itchy, just the way you like it? It's like, damn. You know me too well, Shayna. You know me too well. She knows that's my favorite. The number of times I think to myself, goddamn, what I would give extra itchy arm. It's my favorite. Hiya! Yeah, she's just helping. She's helping. It's the kitty cat equivalent of saying get good. Been like, bro, you gotta build up your resistance. Fucking get good, bro. I mean, that is something that a cat would be all about. Let's be real. A cat would take that approach. Quite fitting, I would say, at the end of the day. Was it up top here, I think? I think it was this right here. I think this was like the entrance point where I was like, yeah, there's stuff over here. There's also more stuff back this way, I think. I don't want to drop down if I can help it, but there was like a few other things that caught my eye earlier. So I can find it real quick. But I need to drop down. Be able to explore it. Can I not jump down? I cannot drop down from here. Slightly inconvenient. Can reduce with normal exposure. Well, that's the thing. I've been, you know, Gracie and I've been married for about a year and a half now. And we've been living together for about a year and a half. And my cat allergies, for the most part, have gotten pretty good. Because I used to, if I was just like in her house, for longer than a couple of hours, I'd get like big sneezy and like big runny nose, and it was very unpleasant. And I still get some of that, honestly, but it's not quite as bad. It's not quite as pronounced. So it's definitely better but it definitely topped out. Like my improvingness with the cat allergy exposure, it got better, or at least less bad. It got less bad, but then after a certain point, it was like, all right, that's as good as it gets, and it's kind of where it stayed for about a year and some change now. And the big one, it's two of them really. It's that oh, bad guys.
One less to worry about.
There we go. It's that, yes, it's that, like, if I touch my face or my eyes after touching the kitty cats, then yeah, I get, like, big itchy eyes, like, big itchy face, which I don't want. And the other one, of course, is, yeah, the gland juice getting on my skin makes it crazy itchy. And that seems to just be that's just how it's going to be, obviously. But those are two things that are, like, pretty easy to get around, because I try not to let the cats get their gunk on my arms or legs or anything, really. And if I'm touching them and petting them, I wash my hands. So, obviously, after the stream ends, I'll be washing my hands anyway. Might as well. The other thing, too, about, like, exposure helping with allergies, like dander allergies in particular, pet dander, that kind of thing, is that for some people, it's just like Otterface said, where, like, it does genuinely improve the conditions. It's weird, though, because for some people, it gets worse. I know of people that were, like, horribly allergic to cats, or horribly allergic to dogs, but their symptoms improved tremendously when they moved in with their partner that had a dog or a cat, or maybe adopted one of their own. And then vice versa. There are instances where somebody... Oh, is this the point of interest? Oh, no, we've already been here. Okay. But yeah, then there's the opposite case, where there are people that were, like, would hang around casually with dogs and cats, be perfectly fine, then they adopt a dog or a cat and suddenly develop cat allergies that are, like, it's a deal breaker. Like, it's so bad, it's like, I can't keep this animal. It's that bad. So, like, allergies are weird, and the immune system is weird, and it's hard to predict, honestly. Very strange. There's a destructible wall. I remember seeing, maybe I should be looking around Azantea. Maybe it's more visible there. Or maybe it's up top. Maybe I should climb that wall that we just saw. But I remember seeing it, and I remember thinking to myself, I gotta come back for that shit. And maybe it's inconsequential, but I'm thinking, like, damn, it'd be nice if I could find that shit. And that kind of response, yeah. The first year sucked trying to, like, get that familiarity, that level of exposure. I can see that shit. I can see that shit. Just gotta get them gains, man. Get them gains. Yeah. Yeah. No guarantees, though. No guarantees. Just, yeah, we do what we can. And, find situations, that work for ourselves. Like I said, kind of having a system that allows me to...
The heart's yours.
With, like,
The roots are
pretty
mine.
good... with pretty good frequency, pretty good, like, predictability, allow me to, work around having the allergies, but it's not, like, unlivable. I'm not miserable. So, not too shabby. Here we go. Here's the spot I knew was here. Oh, but there's a ward. Oh, there's still the ward. I thought I fucking broke that shit. We killed a ward, but not the ward, apparently. Still something over this way, then. That is sneaky. Because that was the whole reason we, like, went down into the ravine. And we're exploring around, and we cleansed the filth that was down here. I could just see where it is. I could kind of, like, work my way towards it. There's a really sneakily hidden one. Prevents me. That's why I couldn't fucking get into that wall. There's a very sneakily and very well-placed ghost ward that is, well, warding me. Warding Antea, more specifically, from doing shit. And that makes me so angry. It could be in the trees. Sometimes they're really well hidden in those trees, but... that's a sneaky one, too. But that's just a dog corpse, which has... nothing? Really? Kind of odd. Usually there's, like, something attached to them. I mean, that's not the one preventing us from doing shit. And it only really pops when we get close That wall. Oh, there it is.
I'm with you once more.
There we go. Now with that...
Remind me not to make you angry.
So with that, after all of our hard work, our reward is... some money. Oh, and some bad guys to fight. Its own reward, really. Oh man, I'm just fucking... We just put that fucking fella in a corner and just whooped his ass.
A wee Highland kiss for you.
That boy dead as hell. I missed. Didn't even give him a chance. We just kind of kept him in a corner and just wailed on his ass. So that makes me feel better. Yeah, I was like, I knew there was something. And it was something we couldn't get to, and there was a ward blocking it. I just assumed we'd already taken out the ward, because we did kill the one that was down into the ravine, but that was not the one. Yeah, the reward is the experience of getting to fight the bad guy, and of course, the satisfaction of a job well done, which is something you really cannot quantify. But you can sort of quantify it with achievements. And, you know, number go up, and I checked off a thing on the map, and I feel accomplished now. Like that, you can sort of quantify that. That being said, friends, this is a good stopping point, though. Because like I said, there is some mysterious point of interest over here. I'm fairly sure I've been here before. And if I have, I would have been here through some kind of, like, cavern area to travel through over on this side. Somewhere there's, like, an entrance, I guess, here. But maybe not. Maybe I've never been here. It's very well possible this is an area that I haven't explored very well. Given that there's a shiny point of interest. Shiny... it's not always a haunting case, but it is frequently, like, good. It's frequently good, but it's not necessarily a main quest, but it's definitely, like, worthwhile. So we'll check that out next time. You might have heard me say there's a couple of things to knock out over here. A couple of chests to open. Another couple of various points of interest. Some combat challenges. So we'll knock that out as well. I can't do that one, unfortunately. And we'll also knock this out. This will be the big one. Another haunting case over on this side. That'll be nice. So we'll knock out those 3 next time. So basically, just kind of wrap up with the Harrows, really. There's really not much else in the Harrows for us beyond those kind of last couple of items. So the Harrows will be donezo, barring any other things that, you know, drag us back kicking and screaming. This is technically part of the Myers. Yeah, so what I'd probably do after that is then head back to the Dark Woods. There's a very small handful of things to follow up with. This, I think, would take, like, probably just a few minutes. It's because I remember this creeping ivy. It's an obvious dead end, so probably just a treasure chest there. These 2 would take a little bit longer, a haunting case, and also a number of things back in the original, Hunter's Camp. You'd probably knock that out. And then onto the Mire Marshes, which will bring us to the main quest. So there we go. There we go, friends. Do a little save action. Little save action. Put a little bread, or a little bit dirt under the pillow for the dirt man. Before he takes me down to his lair deep under the mountain. There we go. Do a little save action. And that is the game. That is the game for now, my friends. When I say next time, by the way, I think I mean tomorrow. I think we should be able to stream tomorrow. No guarantees. Although it is my off week, like I said, I'll be doing stuff tomorrow during the day. I'll be a responsible boy, taking care of business, knocking out chores, just stuff that's been kind of piling up, things I need to take care of. Again, the things that are easier to do during the day on a weekday anyway. So that's good. This was good. This was a fun stream, and we had again big, like, shocking number of raids. Honestly, we had at the very, very start of the stream, we had, who was it? It was Kubos, right? Kubos raided, and then Alina raided in very quick order. And then Cersei, and then Johnson. Yeah, we had so many raids, man. It was super nice. Make sure I'm not missing anybody. Make sure I didn't drop anyone to thank. But it was super nice. Cause yeah, Cersei, Johnson. Yeah, we had like 4 raids now, which is super cool. We had, of course, the fun MS Paint challenge. All good stuff. But thank you, friends, for being here. We're going to find a raid target real quick. Here's my socials page. Whoops, not in all caps though. I appreciate you, Otter. It's nice of you to pop in. Always a pleasure getting to hang out with you. Yeah, nice and early. It's never an expectation. Never an expectation. I know the time zones do make it tricky sometimes. Always a pleasure getting to hang out with you, but I blame nobody for not wanting to get up in ungodly hours of the morning. Because I am a creature of comfort. I love sleeping in. If I can. Oh, which is to say, I prefer to sleep in as late as I possibly can. So, because when it's a work day, obviously I cannot sleep in the grand scheme of things. As much as I would like to, at least. But it was a fun stream, and yeah, we'll be doing more this week for sure. The plan for this week is to do, if I stream tomorrow, we'll do more of this game. And then Thursday, I pretty much always stream Thursdays with not a whole lot of variation. Thursday, I actually got a review key for Victory Heat Rally. Really cool retro-inspired racing game that looks awesome. And I'm a big fan of the person that did the soundtrack. That's kind of how I heard about it. Was able to get a review key for the game. Really excited to play that. And then probably over the weekend, we'll play some Darktide. Play some more Space Marine 2. Probably no Saturday stream. But Friday and Sunday, we'll be doing some more Warhammer stuff. And then next week, I have a couple of other review keys we'll be checking out. Maybe we might squeeze in some more Banishers. Probably some more Darktide. So... and of course, more Space Marine 2 on the weekend. Space Marine 2 is still very much a game I'm enjoying, especially like learning more about how like getting better at the game, getting good, if you will, at the game. Trying to learn the ropes and roll with the big dog, because that game is so fun. Oh, it's Sinskism. Gosh darn it! I was just gonna say our boy Sinskism is live. I haven't got to raid this guy in a long time. This guy's cool as hell, and he is cool as hell. I'm not just saying that because you raided me. That's really sweet of you, buddy. Thank you, bud. Apologies, we are wrapping up. Normally, I'd be like, oh, let's go a little longer, but it's already after 3 a.m. On a Tuesday, no less, man. Goddamn. Now, granted, I am off work this week. That's why I was able to go a little bit extra late. But that just means we need to make a bigger raid happen. That's exactly it, Sinskis. And we need to combine our powers and just fucking suplex someone with positivity. Just beat the shit out of them with kindness. So we're going to find another... raid target, because yeah, we were gonna hit Sinskism with a raid. I was like, oh boy, we got our man, we got our target. Oh shit, put me in, coach. But thank you, bud. Sinskism doing some Phasmo. I already knew that because I can see his handsome face on my follows page right there. Yeah, 4 a.m. for you. That's a late / early morning, late night, early morning. But thank you, Melcy, and thank you, Sinskism. That's super nice of you. While we're doing the outro, Sinskism, if you had any clips to share. Because you know how this works. Whenever someone raids me, I always ask if there's any clips you want to share. I'm a big fan of show and tell. So since you've done the honor of bringing your peeps to me, you're showing them me, the least I can do is show them, or the rest of the peeps, that is, what your content is like. So if you had a little clip to share, anything like that, I would love to see it. No pressure, though. Not going to put the onus on you. I know it's late. But if you had something for us, we could all watch together. Otherwise, raid target-wise, we're going to hit up our friends. Let's raid Amtrin. I haven't raided her in a long time. She is, I want to say, in Australia? I think she's in Australia. I don't think she's from Australia originally. She is Malaysian. Actually, is she? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe she lives in Malaysia right now. Nope. I was right the first time. She lives in Australia, but she was originally from Malaysia. She is a friend of Koala Baritone. That's how I found out about her stream, and she's super nice. She is a musician and a really cool streamer and very charismatic and very fun, and she's playing the new Zelda game, which I have not played yet. So I'll be listening. I might not be watching a whole lot, but I'll be listening. She's really charming. She's super, super fun. I think you'll like her a lot. And she's like a really cool like singer, like really good, really talented musician. So she is really cool. Sinskism says, I got work, man. I got the work to do. Oh, yeah. If you had like a fun clip, Sinskism, yeah, if you want to like, if you had like a clip from that moment, I'd love to see it. And some GeoGuessr. I say send both. If you're comfortable with it, I say send both. Because that's the beautiful thing about clips. They're real short. Real short and sweet. And you know me, I'm a hobbit. I am canonically 5'3", so I am indeed quite short. So it's a little bit self-serving, but it's true. I enjoy things that are short. Here in the chat, just slap that shit right in there. Don't even put on a condom. Just raw dog it into the chat. Just there you go. That's what I like to see. Ask and I shall receive. So here's Clippo numero uno from Monsieur Sinskism.
Hello.
I want to see how this shenanigans went down. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
How did you do that? Are you a wizard?
You'll never guess where I am.
Oh, are you a ghost hunting wizard? What even
Go
was
outside
that,
of the house.
honestly? I wonder if they can see you.
Look up.
You just like...
I have no idea.
That's... You like took a... You didn't even like jump and did anything weird. You just like moved to the left.
Hello.
Like 2 steps. Yeah, bro, just like... You opened a door.
God.
You opened a door, and then the game was like, all right, I'm gonna teleport you. See you later.
Oh my god.
That shit's wild. It's just wild. Here's the other one. Some GeoGuessr times. I haven't played GeoGuessr in a minute. Holy shit.
1.2 kilometers.
Damn, good score.
I should have said it was the main metro center. First Street, First and Hill.
Yo, Rainbolt, get out of here. We got Sinskism out here with the fucking big point plays.
Definitely in America. LA dot. Okay, so I'm in Los Angeles. First and Hill.
No way. Is he gaming? Is it cooking? Ain't no way. Ain't no goddamn way. I'm looking. I'm like playing along. I'm like, where is it? Minute 20. Can he do it? Is this man gaming?
There's Hill.
Wow.
West First Street. Guess.
No fucking way. Jesus
12
H. Christ.
Fucking meters.
Amazing. Amazing. Rainbolt who? Rainbolt who? To that I say this man's the fucking GeoGuessr savant. Amazing. That's impressive shit, man. I love GeoGuessr, but I am like so savagely mediocre at it. It's mediocre is honestly a generous descriptor. I enjoy it, but I'm terrible at geography. We like it was like one of my regular stream things every once in a while. So I was like getting better slowly but surely, but very slowly. But I'm just shit at geography in general, so I'm like at a disadvantage. Fun game though. Fun game, and I love that you just fucking killed it twice in a row. Because that first time it was like 4,997. Shit was amazing. God damn, that's how we do it. That's right, baby. That's how we do it, baby. We raw dog those clips. Yeah, you opened a door and then suddenly just fucking got teleported. The instant teleports. GPS right now. Go, Melzy. That ain't no shit. I think I drive my wife up the wall more than she ever wants to admit. By like how easily I get turned around in real life and in video games, for that matter. GPS is might as well just like be permanently attached to my brain. Some kind of like phone GPS, because it's embarrassing. Even in this little neck of the woods in which we live right now. My wife has lived in this general area most of her life. I've only lived in St. Louis since I guess it's been 13 years in St. Louis, and in this particular like section of St. Louis for a year and a half. So like I'm getting better, you know, but the speed with which it takes me to learn the ins and outs it's a little bit embarrassing how long it takes and how easily I still forget some things or get a little bit turned on. Anyway, yeah, I embarrass myself on the regular. Drew was drugged and dumped on the Great Wall of China. Oh my god. There was an episode of Shameless in the first season when that happened too. Well, maybe not quite to that degree, but similar. It's like, how the hell did I end up in Canada? What the hell? Yeah. Left from right from being a lefty, but still. Yeah, to wake up anywhere and find your way right. It's a good fucking skill, honestly. I mean, hopefully none of us will ever find ourselves in a situation where we need that as a survival technique, but it's really useful to just be able to look at something and be able to discern very quickly and succinctly little clues in where you might be. Because it's also like, it's like a good observational skill, the idea of being able to find your way without having to rely on a map. Street signs, the positions of like the sun relative to certain, the time of day, that kind of thing. I don't know, the obvious things, obviously, like the language on signs, but also like the position of cars on the road, or even just the style of sign. I don't know. I think it's super cool. I think it's really awesome. New Hampshire. Oh, that's awesome. Still able to navigate around. That's impressive. 15 years too. Holy shit. Man's gaming, dude. Not just gaming, but also living, if you will. Thank you, though, Senskism, for that raid. Super nice of you. You were like the 5th person to raid me tonight. Raids were popping off today, and that's super freaking cool. I appreciate you a whole bunch. We are going to find a raid target. Actually, I lied. We're not going to find one. We already have one because Amchun is still going. She's in Australia, so it's like very much acceptable time for her right now. Whereas for people like myself and Senskism, it is like weird time. It's stupid o'clock. So we're going to raid Amchun. Real quick, here's my socials page. It has all of my stuff. I posted it earlier. I'll post it one more time. It has all of my stuff, all of my links, social media, and otherwise. We do multi-stream to TikTok and YouTube and Facebook and Trovo. But Twitch is the main one, so that's the one I usually direct people to if possible. And of course, we have all the other links, Twitter, Instagram, all that shit's in there, and that Linktree page. I should also mention the YouTube channels because we have the main channel, which I multi-stream to, also has our shorts and our compilations, and then also we have a secondary channel, which is a stream archive, which is kind of nice. Last but not least, the Discord server. The Discord server is the best way to keep up with myself and others inside the community outside of streams, but also, crucially, it's the best way to take place in our giveaways, to enter into our raffles, that kind of thing. We'll be doing a couple raffles, not this Friday, but next Friday. So I'll make sure to I'll make sure to have like the setup for that done fairly soon. There's actually an optional role inside of our Discord where if you sign up for it, you'll get a notification whenever a new giveaway opportunity opens up, whenever a new raffle opens up. So if you're like super down to win some free Steam keys, I recommend hopping to the Discord server and signing up for the giveaways channel role. Otherwise, I'll see you guys around 6 p.m. Yeah, that's like nice evening time for sure. Get back into multi-streaming. Yeah, I do like it. It doesn't, honestly, it's not like that effective. I don't really pull a ton of people from YouTube or TikTok, but every once in a while you might get one or two, and it's nice. It's helpful. Got a YouTube channel? Yeah. I mean, honestly, as we're kind of doing the outro, if you wanted to, since because you can just post that shit in the channel, in the chat rather, and I will click it and I'll follow it. And I'll be able to fap loudly to it, privately. I'm just kidding. I wouldn't fap privately. I would fap publicly, like a real dignified individual. Raiding into Amchun. And there it is. Raid begins, my friends. No videos yet. Well, if you want to still hit me with the link, I can follow it before the videos are there. So I'm like ahead of the game. But no pressure though. Appreciate you a whole bunch, guys. Anyway, there's the link. Perfect. Yeah. There's the regular one. Yeah. I think I might be subbed to that one, I think. I'll double check. Anyway, thank you guys. Thank you again to Senskism for that raid, as well as to Johnson for the raid, Cersei Dreams, Captain Elena, and Kubos Cube for those raids, and for folks hanging out with us tonight as we play this really cool game. We'll play more of it tomorrow. Like I said, we got other games planned for this week and next week. Lots of fun stuff on the horizons. Everyone have a great night. I'll see you guys around. Ooh, there we go. It's needed citation. Nice. Fact-checking stuff. Ooh, interesting. For haunting stuff. Very relevant for the game we were playing tonight, because Banishers Ghost of New Eden, which I'm sure you're well aware, is all about, 1600s Ghostbusters, basically. Pre-Revolutionary War Ghostbusters. So, very on point. Anyway, have a great night, everyone. Appreciate you guys. See ya. Good night. Bye-bye.
Okay, here's a quick lesson so that you don't make the mistake that these people are about to make. That is an Asian water monitor lizard. If you ever encounter one of these, you need to be able to read